One.
Hello and welcome to Tales from the Temple Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I'm your dungeon master for Avress the Shattered World here on the Temple Tankard Discord server and YouTube channels. Uh, as always, please join us if you want to play some more games, looking to run some games, looking to find some players, looking to play in some games. We've always got space. We've always got more folks coming along. So uh, come and join us if you can. Links in the description below. But here we are going to be continuing with our adventures in Avress. And we are down one player for the whole session there. Sutara will be away this then, as doing things with family, and Esk will be a little late getting in, so we'll expect to see Esk a little later on in the session. But their characters are still here with us and being a part of the story, which happens to be the group managed to escort the Storm Chaser, the ship from Stannor, to the island of Stormspire. It a long shrouded in mystery place that legends tell of massive giant creatures that live there. And after a journey across the sea, encountering a group of massive sharks along with a young kraken, the party did meet initially one storm giant named Wordlocked, and he did escort them up to a gathering place on Stormspire, a place known as Ravush, and where the group got a chance to get out of the rain, as Stormspire is almost continually under storm clouds and crashing thunderstorms and everything else above. And we open with the group resting underneath one of the massive hide-covered structures, stone pillared structures, where the group can stay out of the storm for a bit and get a little bit of rest and uh, negotiations between the diplomat from Stannor and the storm giants that were there, initially Torm and another one. Uh, Began in terms of securing a secure port, keeping the Kraken away from the area so the group could send ships back and forth as needed. But the party has heard that there are some dragonkin village place somewhere on the island and is considering heading off in that direction. So we pick up right there as you guys have sheltered underneath these massive awnings and are able to get a little bit of rest in. And it's up to you how long you want to rest, as it is, as you do want to make your way to this place. So, what would you like to do?
I have to say, I think you said there was another giant that did show up
Yes,
during
another
the.
giant. Yes, a second giant did show up there, also talking with the diplomat and there. Uh, that one, he actually just showed up there wearing some sort of leather armor of some kind, as opposed to Torm, who was basically just wearing, well, a giant size speedo, for lack of a better description, um, and a large fur cloak and like a fur kilt of some kind. Um, the new one just showed up in armor there, carrying a massive sword, like 20 feet long. As a Shorg Hilbrun is his name. And I'll
Oh,
put that in the chat here. Um, as he it seems to have come inland a ways. Where Torm has indicated that he lived near the coastline, and where Shorg lives further up into the interior of the island. Um, uh, and he's the one. He's the one who gives a little more information about the Dragonkin village. It is further inland, um, at the base of some of the larger hills and such. It's they've spent quite a long time building it up and having homes and such around there. I could show you if you wish.
So, were they forced to stay, or did they just not have a way of getting off the island?
I have not spent a lot of time with them in terms of the conditions of their arrangement, but as far as I'm aware, they've built up a settlement and are content to stay. The original inhabitants came a long time ago, um, centuries, and have been here for a long time. A family families, I believe, arrived and settled here. I've not spoken with them specifically about the reason why they're here, but uh, they are content to live their time here. More recently, a decade or so ago, some stragglers washed up on shore and have joined them as well.
So, what flavour were the original ones that landed here that stayed?
I
Flavor?
assume you mean the coloration of
Yeah,
them? I
yeah,
don't.
yeah.
I can't speak to the taste of them. I don't partake in that sort of
Okay, good.
food. Um,
It's good to know.
it, they were mostly, well, a mix of bronze and blue. Um, more, well, I don't know. I don't remember all of the original inhabitants. They've had many generations since then. The stragglers that washed up on shore were almost entirely bronze.
Mhm.
That was the most recent wash up on shore. It was entirely bronze.
Yes, exactly. Um,
Okay.
I believe that there was a shipwreck and some of them managed to get here intact, more or less. The rest of the ship was lost. I'm sure, no doubt, to the tentacled monstrosity out there and around the cliffs. Well, there's more than one of them.
Well, imagine, yeah, that was a little one. They're much bigger.
Oh yes, that she is. Their mother lives around the north side of the island and keeps to herself. Her young have ventured forth into other places over the centuries.
All right. Well, then I think I would like to go visit the dragonkin. Which way do I go?
Um, I can show you. It is basically north from here. Um, Pretty much about a 4 hour trek. Um,
Your 4 hours or my 4 hours? Because I got smaller foot sizes than you do.
if you can keep up 4 hours my time, yes.
Okay.
And you realize just getting up the ravine to this place from the shoreline, that was you guys were a bit winded because yeah, as I mentioned before,
Hmm.
Torm's footsteps were every step of his was 10 of yours. So
Yeah.
um I can I can slow my pace a bit, but it'll mean it'll take more time. We could get there by nightfall easily.
That would work. I think we'll be okay with that. You guys okay with walking a little bit?
Mhm.
Yeah, fine.
All right then.
I
Ah,
will, if you don't mind, yeah. All right, because out of character, I'm just trying to think, do I want to do that or do I want to try to sit in on and listen in on the negotiations and stuff like that? I got,
well,
uh,
I would say
I got my own plans going on.
I would say, I mean, knowing what they've talked about so far, it's mostly they're not talking actual money or anything else yet. They're talking more about establishing more diplomatic and initial relations, having a port to come to that would be safe, and then they would basically be sending merchants and actual people to do the more financial aspects in the future. This was more just of an initial meeting saying, "Would you be interested?" And sort of establishing connections. So they're not talking actual contracts or anything else just yet. It's mostly just what sort of resources are available, which you've heard so far is that the island primarily is a lot of exotic furs and meats and things like that that would not be available other places. Um, so there is that aspect at least. So there's not really. They do have some interesting. They do have some interesting stone like ore type things. But the giants really can't speak much to that as again they would need help with like mining and such, which they would not have. Uh,
Which is where I was looking into, you know.
yep.
All right.
So,
Well, I'll
so
stick with the party then.
yeah, I mean, definitely there are opportunities here, but that's more for the future, not for this first initial meeting.
Um,
So,
Um, I would say Shorg will speak up there a little bit too. Is that that the dragonkin have resources the giants do not have, simply because the giants can't make things for human-sized people. um, so talking the scale of things like things that they make are going to be like massive weapons and massive furs and armor and clothing and stuff like that. Whereas the Dragon King would be the ones that actually be able to craft things that would be more usable on the scale that you could use them at.
mm,
So there may be an
mm,
opportunity there as well. Um, you realize as in speaking of the settlement that they're talking about, um, uh, it's basically a he says it's a hilltop settlement. That fairly decent sized stone structures they built, which to him is still tiny, but to them, they're roughly. Uh, they have one central tower, roughly my height, and a number of smaller dwellings fit around that. A low wall to keep out predators and such. And it's a fairly sizable place. I mean, for them at least. Not really something that I could. He kind of gestures to the buildings around you, something that I could really shelter within. But they've done well for themselves over the centuries.
How many giants are on the island?
Oh, I. He and Torm kind of look at each other. Um, I would say roughly on the order of maybe 1,000 or so total over the entire place. Hard to say exactly, as we don't have a lot of direct contact with many of them.
Don't say you're so big, it'd be hard to put a lot of you on an island.
Well, no, it's a large island. I mean, it's. I mean,
Oh, it's a small continent. Absolutely, I agree.
yeah, yeah.
Still.
So, I mean, and from what you can say, like they do live solitary lives for the most part. They come together and meet, but they're spread out all over the place, really.
mm,
while we are walking and talking with this giant, I'd like to ask him if he knows anything about Drakal and what's going on there. Anything about the whole situation there with the dragonkin not being on good terms with one another and stuff.
I've heard nothing of the sort, really.
Okay.
This is the first time I've really spoken with anyone from other parts of the world. I've lived my entire life here. Yeah, I've seen the dragonkin, but haven't spoken with them that much, really. I will occasionally bring them items that they request and check in on them once in a while.
It's
But for
nice
the
that you
most
all
part,
live here in harmony. I like that.
well, it's when you're living when you don't see people very often, it's easier to live in harmony than when you spend in close proximity. I
Indeed.
can't imagine living that close with that many people.
Do you have like a job here?
Hmm. I don't know what you mean.
I mean,
Um,
it's and
What is your trade?
No,
Or do you
I hunt, I explore,
you got a 20-foot sword and you wear armor?
well, I
You're a
track a lot of
warrior or something.
I track some of the larger predators and deal with any incursions of things that get out of hand. Some of the higher peaks have some larger creatures that breed there and occasionally winter down and cause problems, so I keep an eye on things. That I
Mm.
use this mostly, if anything does try to get too close to me, I deal with it.
What kind of
There you
creatures
go.
are
Well,
on the island?
the mammoth herds, are the kind of the largest herd type animals. There are some large, by your standards, hunting cats, large teeth, massive furry things.
Ooh.
Large teeth,
They
like teeth,
no
or
like teeth that stick out of their faces.
just two, four? What are we talking
So,
here?
are they talking saber tooth?
yeah, saber
That's
tooth
what I'm
tiger.
trying to ask. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you've never seen one, but yeah, in the description that's kind of odd. But yeah, he
I
describes
had
them
a
to you.
book.
I want to show those to Satara.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
um, probably above her
Okay.
CR.
Polymorph is the thing.
Yes, it is.
Uh, wow, Grim.
Um,
Okay.
Oh
thanks.
my God, Grandma.
Pace.
Um, so this place that we're going, they're not going to get freaked out that you're walking in on them, right?
Oh, I visit them occasionally, but not
Okay.
worry about me. Frankly, none of our kind are really hostile to anyone, as long as they don't cause problems with us.
Isn't
Um,
it nice to have a place where people aren't causing issues?
this is why,
Yep.
yes, it is. Now, we may sometimes disagree with things, but that is why we spread out so we don't deal with each other. I've seen
Disagreement's not
Gorm.
a bad thing. It creates independent thought.
What I'm seeing is temporarily more safe places for dragonkin to actually exist until we can make
Oh, the dragon kid.
places safer for them. Certain.
I
Yes.
would not. That might. You're talking about a mass migration. I don't think that would be
No,
well.
not a mass migration.
No.
Just certain
I don't.
individuals, maybe.
I don't think bringing them here would be a
Well,
good idea. But anyways, we're walking and talking.
yeah, and you realize, I mean, you're talking, and he'll describe uh Hillhold is the name of the village, the settlement, whatever you call it. It's kind of Hillhold is roughly, he says, probably 100, 200 maybe individuals there. Um, he doesn't keep an exact count, but I mean, you can imagine like something his size trying to count something your size when it's any
Mm,
length of numbers. It's like trying to count, yeah, like count a bunch of squirming like cats.
right.
Not exactly easy to keep track of you all. They all look fairly similar to him as well.
Rude.
I mean,
I'm. I mean, I'm. I'm bronze.
yes.
Not. Mm-hmm. Yes. Um.
Do the dragonkin have any children?
Oh, they've had many generations. Yes, that's.
So there's a queen on the island.
I don't know what you mean. I assume they. Yes, they have children. Yes, I've seen them. Not a lot, but compared to us, quite a few.
Well, I haven't got any.
Well, Well, I'll start talking to him
Nor
like I'm an expert on dragonkin mating rituals and just telling him,
Oh no.
every, about how the hierarchy goes with the women having the babies and what makes them do, and like I've known this all my life.
Well, our women have the
He-
babies as well. That seems to be
Well,
fairly normal.
well, yeah, but what I meant is they have to have 5 eggs or 5 children before that they, the Baroness, the Duchess, and all that kind of stuff.
So
Are you,
Sora's going to pat
I'll be
Grimbar.
stumbling through that as best I can.
I
he's,
will
he's
pat
amused
Grimbar
by
on the
most of it.
head and tell you, don't talk about things you don't know about. And
He's
continue to
amused.
walk.
He's definitely amused by the talk, but like, As if, I mean, he's not.
And,
Does not seem to be much of a biology buff. He's like, that's
very interesting? And
you. I mean, Lucas and with this, you can see sort of the uh, just, it's sort of that thing.
that's nice. Yes.
And he's kind of
mhm.
tuning out most of it as he's like, it's not really a thing.
Grimbar, we love you. Um, Amethyst, it would be great to get the children to come here, but it's not our island. One, two, um, the voyage here. Even if we did get rid of the eight-legged freaks under the water, um, it would still be a rough journey, and then we'd have to get them off the water, off this island, onto the mainland.
Talking of voyage here. Hey, Lucas, have you picked up anything interesting on the island yet?
I mean,
I
you
could do if
definitely
you
had
want to come back.
you definitely had enough time to kind of pick something up at Ravorsh.
Yeah, it's probably best to pick something up at the settlement, though. If we're thinking of bringing people here.
I just
Yeah.
thought because children are being murdered, and
Not in Drakal. Well, in Drakal, yes, but yeah, they're being smuggled out. So it's not like they're. I mean, there are easier places to get them to rather than here.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of what the sort of.
Yeah, it's
Hate this
easier.
fucking-
So you had it right. This slash went the wrong way, Grimbar.
It's the keyboard. It's the
Mm-hmm.
keyboard to my new computer. It doesn't
Uh-huh.
have a key. It doesn't have a 10 key, and it moved everything around. And
Oh, I get it.
I'm having problems finding the keys. So
No worries.
But still, even if we had teleportation circle on this island and got them here, it's not like they would trust Lucas to do it, and we can't ask Lucas to do it all the time. It's not fair. Or to ask any person, wizard, mage, sorcerer, whoever, bard, to
your
sit
family's
there and
rich.
do.
They can figure it out.
My family is
I'm
not rich. No. No, they are not rich. Tundra, my granny, she's rich. But the family itself is not, no.
Yeah, I'm talking your husband.
I'm
She's
not
not
married.
married.
Him and
Oh.
his grandmother.
Well, listen. Just because she has money doesn't mean that he has money. And the males are looked differently upon than the females. Like, we're held in
It's
high
a big
regard.
guy, and I point to her. Me.
He's not paying attention.
Mm-mm,
He's
no.
watching the horizon, like watching just his sword is
Maybe
kind of
shift.
slung into sort of a large leather type sheath wrap around there, so it's sticking out there, so the handle sticking off there. He's like walking along, just looking at the terrain and looking out over the side.
Mm,
And you are walking into a very rolling set of hills, fairly green. The temperatures in the is it very comfortable? It's a little bit on the chilly side, just because it's raining constantly, but it's not cold. You don't see your breath or anything else like that. Um, but a bit of the dampness is kind of getting to you after a bit of time. You can definitely do some things to alleviate that. But for the most part, it's fairly just a lot of green rolling hills, like rocky crags up here in places. And as you walk north, it does get more and more. Um, the hills get larger. You find yourself having to climb up some really significant slopes, and you kind of get some good vistas looking out over the vast open space of the island. And as you can see, it just gets taller and taller mountains to the north, to the point where you can see the peaks to the north are shrouded in clouds, but there's also definitely snow on those mountains up there as you're moving north. Um, it's just kind of seeing off in the distance there. Occasionally, the clouds will break, and you'll see these snow-covered caps all in the north there. Um, um, I need you all over after the first like hour or so of the travel there. You give me all a Constitution saving throw as you are feeling the uh, um, feeling the travel's getting to you. Let's roll one first, Tara. Just and ask. Oh boy. Okay. Satara is definitely kind of, you see, kind of a bit winded. Occasionally, eventually, so as she's trying to, she will shift into one of her animal forms that can fly, and is kind of keeping pace with you guys, flying along, rather than being able to. Walking it is getting more and more difficult. Ask seems to have no problem, just trudging along there, even though he's actually making many more steps than you guys all are, being his size.
Well, if anybody struggles, I'm going to get on my carpet and I will help. If if Esk needs any help,
don't
I'll let
forget
him
too,
ride alongside me.
your carpet will not really hold.
So
It's a smaller size carpet there, so S
Yeah.
could probably ride with you, but probably nobody else would be able to ride with you for any length of time.
Mhm.
And with this, you do find yourself needing to hop on that carpet.
so Tora could ride on my shoulder if she turns into like a bird or something.
She can just basically be her little space eel and fly along. It's kind of just
Mm-hmm. Well, they get
Um,
tired too, wings have to flap.
right, but she's not having to walk.
Oh,
It's
okay.
easier to keep pace. Easier to keep pace if you're not having to like trudge up and down hills. Um, Grim, you are definitely having difficulties, but you're managing to keep up. And with this, hopping on the carpet there, probably not a bad idea. Lucas, you're holding up. You're definitely feeling kind of the burn in your legs, but it's you're doing well so far. Um,
What did I miss?
you
Not
just,
that bad.
you're starting to feel the travels as you're getting a bit winded, and your legs are starting to burn pretty much.
Don't
Forget
forget,
what?
we've all got saddles of summoning as well. So if we need to ride rather than walk, we can also do that.
You definitely can.
I don't have one.
Yeah, but you can just, when the horse comes. So
Oh,
Can
my
you do that?
Pegasus.
You don't have a Pegasus. What are you talking about?
Yeah, some of my Pegasus.
Okay.
I do
So
not have
between
that spell prepared, so my fine seed isn't going to happen.
okay, I mean you'd still have the saddle available, so you definitely because you had 5 of them initially.
Yeah.
I have one.
And yes.
I think I gave mine to Grimbar.
Then what happened to well, anyway, you have 5 saddles, regardless of who's carrying them,
yeah,
whatever.
and Lucas doesn't need
and
one. So
and 2 of them were small sized, smallish sized,
Mm-hmm.
and 3 were normal sized. So
Yeah,
yes, you
I've
can.
got my saddle. Yeah.
I
Yes,
believe
you also
Alden's was a goat, so that might suit Esk.
sure. Um, that's good.
Anyway,
That seems to be happy moving along. At least he's doing well so far. Sora, you're not really that tired. You're keeping up just fine, so you don't really need one just yet.
I'm gonna ask the giant. What does he know much about other giants?
We don't really have a lot of contact with many of them. I know that there are. We've had occasional dealings with frost giants in the past, as they are to the north and will occasionally travel the more frozen areas north of the island. They are a lot more aggressive and warlike than my kind. Um, only if ever they had contact with. Stories speak of other types of giants throughout the world, but we don't really have dealings with them. Those aligned with stone and fire. Um, and I believe cloud giants as well. I have not dealt with any of them other than, well, we did when I was young. And he kind of pats the sword there, have to deal with some um an invasion, small one, from frost giants.
And he will basically point out that the area, and I'll just kind of shoot you over the map here. As what he's describing, you realize this area up here on the eastern side of the northern part of the continent there, uh, quickly moves up into very cold territory where it's permanently frozen up to the north. Um, so, yes, they have had issues with frost giants occasionally. And what he describes there is that effectively, um, they do frost giants do have ships that they've built, and have traveled the cold northern seas. In his youth, had to deal with frost giants landing on the northern part of the island and trying to take over places there.
So are
But
frost giants more prone to attacking for no reason, or is it
Oh
just,
yes, they are very aggressive and very warlike.
okay.
Expansionistic. They move in and try to wipe out any competition from what we've seen of them. They are quite brutal as well.
Hmm. So steer
We,
clear.
yes, although I don't see them being very much farther south than this area. I haven't heard of them in other parts.
um, so, uh, yeah, there's um, by the time over over the next part of the travels there, since you have your mounts of varying kinds at that, and you have the opportunity to, you manage to keep pace and not show up exhausted. Um, although, um, even your mounts have a bit of your mounts don't get exhausted since they're various summoned creatures, so they're actually able to keep pace. Um, Satara is able to, carry folks there, switching into other various flying forms, but able to keep pace and keep moving along just fine. And so you're able to arrive near your destination. And you see he's sort of Shore kind of points to the north there, and you see on this large set of like rocky looking hills. Um, Up on one of them, you will see a stone structure built, like a small keep or a castle of some kind. Fairly sizable structure, with a low wall built around it. There, the buildings, kind of a single like wide tower sits on top of one of the larger hillsides, one of the larger hills, and there's various structures down, kind of built along the top of the ridge, and a wall kind of ringing the whole area there. Um, you see what looks to be some sort of kind of a switchback trail leading up into the mountains there, um, and
This is the, as it's been called, I suppose, hill hold.
and you're still a couple miles off from it at this point. There, you can, but he points out where it is there, and you guys can see it up ahead. Really well-made looking stone structure, but what you can tell.
Is the wall quite tall?
Hard to see scale exactly. Based on his description, the tower being roughly his height. Um, so probably around 30 feet tall is the tower. The walls maybe 10 feet. But it is sort of kind of like winds along the hillside and kind of blocks out, makes it very difficult to maneuver up through there. As you watch kind of the trail going up the side of the hill, there is a large opening, what might be a gate of some kind in the wall to pass through.
No, I was just thinking it's probably not built to keep out giants, though, because you probably just step over it.
No. Yeah, no, definitely would not be enough for that there. But any sort of large predator type things around there would definitely keep them out. Although, at one point he will during the travel there he will kind of point off and you see a herd of the mammoth that he's talking about. And again, hard to see scale exactly, but they're huge. You just kind of see them walking along, kind of in a group. And he points out that yes, the mammoth's head would come up to about here on him. And it's about 15, almost 20 feet tall, roughly. So massive. And he kind of points out there, length about the length of my little more than my sword from head from tail to front. And
20 feet high, 20 feet long.
a little less, about 15 to a little less than 20 feet high, a little more than 20 feet long, because they're kind of that's kind of.
Does this sword look the same as the one in the Mystic Menagerie? The same
No.
size?
That one is carved from obsidian, roughly a similar size. Yes,
Okay.
yes, but definitely made differently. That one is yeah chipped obsidian looking blade all on the side there. Where his actually is made from metal, fairly rough construction by the look of it.
That one was a fire giant sword.
That
Oh, was it?
that's
Yeah.
that is the yeah. Yep.
How'd you know that?
Got the
It
notes.
was described that way. Yep.
Okay.
And the little placard on it says the sword, fire giant sword.
Okay. I
Um,
forgot that.
yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
So
I will.
he kind of he says as you approach the hill, we call it hill hold. You will very spot that there is definitely little like little flashes of light at the top of the tower that are happening. And you just sort of like, are you shooting one of the mammoths?
Grimbar, are you attacking something?
No, I was testing something.
Oh,
I'm
no
sorry.
worries. Okay, it's fine. Uh,
I
so
meant to do that for myself. The first one was for myself. I apologize.
gotcha. No worries. I'll just put them away. You will see flashes of light from the top of the tower there, and
Well, it seems we've been seen. I will let you go about your business, and I will head off my way. Hope you have a good visit with the residents there. If I do not see you again, it was pleasant to make this travel with you.
Yes, you
Well
too.
met. And thank you for your company and your guidance.
Of course. And be safe, and if we ever do meet again, it will be good to see you.
with that, he starts to sort of trudge off back to the would be to the east. So to kind of point it out here,
Nice to
you,
meet you.
you pretty much went straight, pretty much north from this point, and roughly to right around the base of these where these hills start over here. So So he kind of heads off back toward what you assume would be the river. That's up the direction there. And you can see him from a long ways off as he's wandering off in that direction there. Eventually, um, just sort of taking his time, strolling across the open space here in the direction of the river to the east.
All right, so
But Hillhold awaits.
we'll go into Hillhold.
Okay.
I will
Um,
knock on the gate.
Well,
Not
as you
hard
approach, you
to.
definitely were noticed. So when you
Mm-hmm.
get to the gate, there will be a contingent of, well, at the gate there to meet you. Uh, which you will notice that there's an interesting mix of dragonkin here. They are all wearing the ones there. They all have weapons.
Mm-hmm.
They're not drawn and ready to attack or anything else that, but they all have weapons, mostly bows and some with swords or axes, kind of either on the belt or across the back. Um, they're all wearing some mostly leather armor by the look of it there. Some of it very odd looking, either dark, like leather. Some of them have more of a gray pebblish texture to it. Some very furry looking hide armor, which you can see probably from mammoth hide. But all wearing some form of that. You don't see very much in the way of metal armor that they're wearing. So it's definitely see that.
Any dwarves here? Yes.
Well, what you see also is that most of the ones you're looking at here, Nora, they have either a bronze tipped in blue or blue tipped in bronze. They're scales.
Hybrids.
They are
Hmm.
definitely,
Wow.
and one of them you'll spot is definitely bronze, like full on bronze. And that's sort of what cues you into the difference among them here.
Mm-hmm.
That one actually has a very nice looking sword, um, and a breastplate on, an actual breastplate.
Nice. Hi, my name is Sora.
Hello, Sora. Um, interesting group you have here. Hmm. I am Atlian.
And he said, and what you see there is one of the bronze blue,
Mm-hmm.
very very similar build to you. That broad shoulders, wide, wide physique. Wearing he has like it's like a breastplate, but instead of being metal, it's this very thick, pebbly looking gray hide. That's covering the front there, and he has a rather powerful looking bow that's at least partially made from bone, and a large, well-made looking axe on his belt.
I
Oh,
am,
nice.
I have, well, for lack of a better term, I am chief of this settlement. I am the person who, well, calls the shots, so to speak.
Oh,
And
great.
you'll find and you guys will all know he's speaking Draconic. Um, and uh, So those of you who don't speak Draconic exactly, don't quite. You kind of get you. If you don't speak Draconic, you will get the idea that this is not a person ready to fight. He is definitely here to talk. There's no there's somewhat defensiveness in the posture, but no aggressive look to him at all. So quickly,
Um,
who doesn't speak
mhm.
Draconic? I think it's just Amethyst.
I've been learning a little bit from Sora, but I don't
You're
fully
picking up
speak.
enough of you're
Yeah,
picking up enough of the words to kind of go. You're getting enough to get the gist of the conversation.
I did intend
Um,
on casting comprehend languages though, so I'll just do that.
yeah, sure. So you go ahead and do that, and so you're able to understand.
Was the giant speaking common?
Mostly
Oh,
yes,
okay.
yes. Occasionally, he would say words in giant just because he didn't have the terms in common. But in context, you were able to figure out what he was talking about. And describing some of the animals and the landmarks and everything else, he used the giant terms for those. But again, context made sense. Um, so, uh, yes, you are able to see um, as the folks as a group here, they all have the look of, well, definite fighter type. Amongst all the group that's meeting you at the gates here. And
Um,
Atlian seems to be the chief.
well, Atlian, it's great to meet you. Um, I've come from Drakal,
Hmm.
and I can't name the city because it escapes me.
Stannor.
Stannor, thank you.
No problem.
I was sent by one of the queens to see if we could establish a trade route, with the assumption you all have perished or were sunken in ship.
Well, Atlian will kind of like look down to the one that's bronze, wearing the breastplate there.
Well, would be him, actually. He's one of the more. He was one of the people stranded that came to live with us about 8 years ago now. It's good to see you, though. I appreciate. Uh, well, it seems that actual people from Drakal are here. Then I.
Well, from Drakal is kind of loose. I
Hmm,
didn't grow up there. Actually grew up in Shorehaven.
I don't know where that is, but I will. It's good to meet you. I stories of my. We know of the difficulties in Drakal and my people.
He gestures to himself, and everyone kind of indicating the ones next to him here.
We have lived here for generations now. I think that there's a lot of time to speak with this, but I would hope that Drakal has changed in some way.
If
According
it
to him, not a lot,
Not
but
yet.
it has changed actually for the worse, if we're gonna be honest with each other here. Um,
so
the old
they're still
what
killing our kind.
they are, they're not actively hunting for our kind and getting our heads, but it's more, um, if they're seen, they're immediately dealt with.
I love that you're
Um,
saying our kind, even though you're bronze right now.
Shush your face.
Yeah,
I um I don't particularly view those methods as good. I believe that needs to be stopped as soon as possible. And we think, the party and I, as I point to the rest of them back there, um, we think helping to establish this trade route is the first step in doing that.
Well, I would have to agree. I think that seeing what is possible, what can be done without the undue prejudice and xenophobia, could be very good for our shared peoples.
and he and you'll see him sort of like turn and look at the bronze that's down the line there, and the guy's just sort of like looking down at the ground. Um,
Yes, I think that there's a lot of potential. Um, so there's actually a contingent from Stannor, you say, and I would, well, um, it would be good to establish trade, and maybe um, we can definitely provide some goods that maybe our people from the mainland would not have seen before.
Yes, I think that's what she was hoping for. Um, I don't know how long it's been since you've been to Drakal, but
Me? I've never been to my home ever.
Nice. Native. I like it. Fist bump. Um,
No, my family's been
Am
here
I
for
the only one
generations
that
at this
sees a
point.
problem?
A problem?
what problem?
I mean, there's inherent racism in there with them trying to kill off half of your species, and now you have these kind people, and they're mixed blooded. You don't see that there's going to be a big issue with that?
Um, that is tomorrow's problem, but yes, it probably will be. W- the goal, with the whole purpose of us being here, is to start the footsteps to fixing that whole issue. Like,
No, I'm behind you 100%. Don't get me wrong. I'm just being a voice of the devil's advocate, so to speak.
well, the queen that we spoke to seemed to be on our side on the whole thing of it. And if she's the one establishing the trade route, I don't see where there would be an issue with this settlement and how things are being run here.
With her, no, but you can't. She can't speak for all of her people.
No, but like,
And once you open the communication between the two places, you let the mainland know what's going on here. Certain individuals might find out that, or not necessarily.
Headhunters are big. I'm just saying.
we gotta work
At-
quick, guys. No
Atlian,
daddling.
Atlian was like,
Well, we shouldn't speak here in front of the gates. Let's go inside and we can provide some food and sustenance. It's going to be dark soon. I don't know if you'll need accommodations for the evening, but I'm sure we can provide such. Um, and maybe speak a bit more about what has happened here.
and he pauses.
I I'm sure you can see. I mean, as I have my great, 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 great grandfather would have been, I believe, bronze like you and him.
Sir looks visibly uncomfortable, but okay.
Yes. As he does not know any other. Yeah.
Grimbar's giggling.
I
Um,
think it's
but-
safe to tell him.
Over time, the well, come inside. I will tell you what has happened. And
Yes.
so he will, as you're let in through the main gate, you are opened up into this. You walk out into this main like open area. There's like I wouldn't call it a courtyard because it's massive. I mean, it's like 100, 200 yards of just like open space on the hill on a hillside. This is sort of it all sort of like definitely goes uphill toward where this large like squat wide tower is ahead there. But there's also tucked up against the walls in various places other stone dwellings, single family probably dwellings. And everywhere you look, people are milling around, working, tending to fires. There's obviously a forge working over one side there. Large tanning racks along one section there, and you notice it's mostly downwind, so you don't catch a lot of the tanning smells, which are not very pleasant. But there's definitely craftsmen working everywhere. People, there's a mill, a mill grinding flour and such, working there. You don't see much in the way of wildlife or herd animals or anything else like that. But there's definitely just people working and toiling, and most of them, the majority of them, are some mix of bronze and blue.
So, Jim, when you originally described them, the tips of their scales look blue,
Either
and then the
or.
rest of it is bronze, and then vice versa.
It's vice versa. So imagine like
Okay.
a bronze scale where the tips and a lot of the highlights and everything else are blue, or vice versa, where like a blue base with like bronze markings and tips on them and everything else like that. There is a low. Sora, you notice this throughout the island as it is storming, and so there's always that. But there's more of a crackle of electricity in the air around here, and there's this faint smell of ozone that's kind of around a settlement this large. You notice it a little bit in Stannor, but here there's definitely that. It's just a mixture of petrichor and ozone in terms of the smells that are here, along with cooking fires and smoke from forges and chimneys. It's just a very interesting mix that you've never experienced, really. Um, but people sort of pretty much everyone will stop and look at you walking in, as Atlian and the other soldiers will kind of a couple stay behind at the gate. Um, the bronze one goes along with you, along with the two others that are walking along there. Um, will head up toward the actual tower itself. Um,
Cool.
we will
I
provide
will
some.
nod to the people as we're walking, just kind of like a reassurance that I'm not going to hurt them. We gotta look all big and scary coming in here.
I'm
It
just
doesn't look
grinning.
odd.
Everyone.
You will see one of the people working over at the forge actually is brass in color.
Wow.
Ooh.
Cool.
Um,
So,
and
like, hold on.
mm,
Besides the scale colors, Jim, and
mhm.
we see the brass, and we see the bronze, and we see the blue, but do we see other colors?
Not really. No.
Hmm.
You're not seeing much in the way of other colors here. It's all pretty much um, there. There's only a handful of. Well, you only seen two people that are fully either brass or bronze. The guy with you and the guy working the forge. Everyone else is the blue bronze.
Well, that's interesting. So we'll go into the tower with him,
Yep.
have a seat, start talking.
Yeah, he will lead you to a large, like, dining hall, kind of like a big feast hall. There's one massive table and a bunch of small tables all set up there, and sort of a high table set up a little bit higher spot there. And he'll lead you to the main table where you can all spread out and sit. As you approach there's already food set out there, and there's some interesting. Um, there's lots of like root vegetables and stuff like that that are obviously cooked in various ways. There's hunks of meat of interesting, um, unfamiliar animals, um, a various kinds of drinks, from water to milk to some interesting ales and such laid out. You guys can kind of pick and choose. Um, but he will, as you all sit, um, he will say, "So, just so we're aware, yeah, and he kind of points to himself and the others that are there. We've been here for a long, long time. Um, Many generations have, uh, as as we understand it, left our homeland of Drakal and came here, um, managing to, as refugees, I guess you would call it, because of the treatment, are more uh, romantic uh, ancestors were experiencing. Um, but we fled east and ended up here, um, and made a life for ourselves here. And he kind of gestures there, over time, eventually becoming sort of a, well, hybrid of sorts, I guess you would
Mm-hmm.
call it. Um, Now, Keswick over there, he points to the bronze there. He and a few others came here roughly, was it 10 years ago, somewhere around there. Um, Shorg actually was the one that introduced us. They were, I guess, washed up on shore. Uh, Ship dashed on the rocks or something out there. Maybe running into the scarier things
The
out in the.
eight-legged freak. Mm-hmm.
Um, I suppose you mean I've heard tales of the kraken that live out in the waters around the island. So
Mm-hmm.
roughly, probably one of those. And
Yeah.
Keswick will just sort of like nod, yes, that would be correct. It tore apart our ship. Didn't only 10 of us managed to wash up on shore, and eventually we came here. And well, it is a interesting place to be sure. But we've been treated well and have become members of the community.
So I don't know what you guys know of what's going on over there. I also don't know how long it's been happening. Um, I can say from the age of 8, and I'm now 25-ish, 27-ish. Um, dragon eggs over in Jakal have been when a brass dragon would lay an egg, it would come different colors.
And Keswick will nod. I'm aware of the phenomenon, yes.
Do, 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 do.
Yes, it is a matter of rare occurrence as far as we are aware,
Uh,
but it does happen, I know.
it's getting worse and worse. Or I shouldn't say worse, because I actually like the idea of it, but it is happening more and more frequently.
I had not heard that really, but um, it has happened over time. I think that from my understanding, it's been happening for centuries. It was, I don't know that the rate of it happening has changed over time, but I don't know the census
Mm-hmm.
information around that. But I do know it
Also,
does happen.
yes. Also, I'm not bronze. I'm blue.
Um, then is
Yeah,
it? And
it's a
you'll
spell.
see Atlian will kind of look over at one of the other folks there who just sort of like gesture a little bit and just I magic. I see. Yes, I think I see the transformation type magics. Yes. All right
Yeah,
then.
yeah.
Um.
So I,
So
I am incognito trying
well,
to fix this over there. Now, the queen who sent us is aware that I am blue.
Is she?
I'm not quite sure. Yes, because I told her.
Mhm.
yep.
I'm not
Goldiara.
quite sure, like, if she knew from beforehand, because her grandson is actually my boyfriend,
Oh,
or
that's little tiara. Goldiara. I don't think you know Goldiara, the bronze queen that you're blue.
no, I didn't tell her
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. So tiara from Agiris did definitely knew. Yeah.
Yeah, she probably knew.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a lot of things going on, a lot
Yeah.
of stuff going on. Also, we think that there might be something inside the mountain that is doing all of this, and I don't know if you guys know anything about the Jakral Mountains.
There are, and Atlian will answer. There's my ancestors passed down tales of dark and horrible things in the mountains. I do know that they spoke of a time when our gemstone dragon brethren wandered and were lost. Even in the time that my ancestors were there,
Hmm.
there were still some gemstones that were there, but more and more disappeared over times. And now I and Kasich will confirm like in my when we were there was none. I I've never met one or seen one before.
Um, They're still there.
Hmm. Well,
We've met a few when we went there, kind of on like a rescue mission.
well,
My friend Amethyst had a hard time with it.
Didn't like them. They were
Hmm.
mean.
They're infected with something inside their brain that even our magical spells could not get out of them and save them.
well, that is very disconcerting, to say the least.
Shatora would know more about them, but I think she's around here somewhere.
She will. I mean, she was. There's a creature from little space, something dark and terrible that's infested. Found a place to make a home in this world, and I believe it's somewhere under Jakal. That's what I've been
Mhm.
able to read from the stars, at least.
Yeah,
I'm, but that's why I'm, that's why I came here in the first place, to find out more. And well, now I'm with some group that can work to stop it.
Oh?
You.
yeah, us.
Oh,
He's
okay.
he's playing Satora right now.
Sorry.
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry.
Yeah.
Keep up with the voices,
Oh,
everybody.
It's
okay.
hard. I know. I didn't quite. I
Oh,
don't quite have the voice to do it, but so so yeah. Effectively, Atlee and Keswick, between the two of them, will be able to confirm what happened in the past and what's been happening in the more immediate future.
Mhm.
Um, and I mean, Keswick has told us a number of what has been going on, and I'd hoped that things had improved, but obviously not. I I know my ancestors fled because, well, they knew that there was something wrong.
mhm.
And
Cool.
it was said that they acquired a ship and a number of them and left your call never to go,
hmm
uh, never to go back. And when we arrived at Stormspire, they dismantled the ship and we settled eventually here with the help of the giant.
Very
Began
nice.
building, began constructing,
Mhm.
and making a place for us. There were only, I believe, at the time, 30 or so that came, and now we number closer to 200, 250.
Very nice.
I don't know about you, Sora, but this gives me such hope for Jakal.
It does. Like, I don't feel any of that nastiness over here. Um, do I
Satara
feel
can confirm.
my connection to Bahamut?
You don't feel any stronger connection specifically, no. Um,
Okay.
there's nothing interfering with it, obviously, but there's nothing. It's not so much stronger here, and you don't see any specific iconography or
hmm
obviously statues of Drakal, and nobody seems to be wearing any sort of like holy symbols or anything else of
Right.
Bahamut. So,
Okay.
um, but um, yeah, you don't see anything like for any other sorts of deities or anything else.
I think we do believe, and I mean, indeed, hope that whatever it is in the mountain is influencing the people to behave in that way. And if we can put a stop to it, that it would at least help the
hmm
situation to start being reversed and to eventually have Tricol like you guys here,
Do
you
your
know.
ancestors have any idea of what it could have possibly have been? Like stories that you guys could have remembered?
No,
No.
no, it was said that something kept us from finding peace. It was always a matter of rivalry and mistrust, and things were not good. And
Yep.
with stories, they said that there was also unrest happening in other parts of the world as well, and they wanted to flee before those influenced us as well. Some terrible war happening in the west beyond the mountains, and some upheaval in the north that
Was that the Black King person?
the west, yeah.
Okay.
The Dark
And
King.
you guys around that time, yeah, about 200 years ago.
The Dark King. Okay.
Yeah.
So do we think maybe he's connected to it?
There's no indication
No?
specifically.
Okay.
No, but we do know that the Dark King had some sort of a connection with the what's it called? What's it called, Lucas?
The grasping void.
The Grasping Void.
I don't know that
Or at
name.
least we know that the book that he used to bind the creatures to the coins had something to do with the Grasping Void.
Well, it is, well, if I'm hoping and I hope that it can be dealt with, and maybe Drakol can heal finally.
Mm-hmm.
Although this is still our home, so
Right.
Oh yeah.
I think that, we're, so you're here. Are there others as well?
We came in on our ship. We have some crew on our ship, but
Oh,
no, for the most part, it's just us.
guess I'll go perk up.
We brought a delegation over for the trade
There are.
agreement.
Oh,
Oh,
right,
yeah.
right. The delegation's over
We
with
didn't
the
come here on our
giants.
ship.
Oh, excellent, excellent. And
I'm claiming it as ours.
Cassick will definitely be very interested in learning this.
Mm.
That a ship managed to make it here, and so I would be
It
very
was
interested
the
in.
storm resistant ship that they'd made, isn't it?
Yep, pretty much, and
Mhm.
ironwood hull and lightning infused wood that resists the lightning strikes and such.
Mhm.
So, oh, excellent. I would have to go and meet with them. Maybe they could. Well, he looks at Atlian. Maybe I could act as an emissary of sorts and ensure there's no problems.
Well, I'd also like to wonder if anybody would like to go back home
And he,
when we leave. I'm not saying that they do. I'm just.
Why would
This is.
anyone want to go back there?
I
Look what they've got
listen.
here.
Listen. They may have left family there who think they're now dead, and they're really not. Maybe like not
I,
necessarily come back, but get letters to get to their loved ones to let them know that they are okay.
Or just visit, maybe.
I
Or,
will. I
well,
will
I
speak.
mean,
I will speak with my fellow survivors and see if they're interested in um, potentially returning and um, and to send messages. I'm sure they would. A few of them would like to send messages at least. So
mhm.
I will have them do so. And Atlian, yes, I
I
think
know
that
when I couldn't connect with my boyfriend, I was not having a good time. It was not fun. Like I didn't know where he was. I didn't know if he was okay. I didn't know anybody who could tell me where he was and if he was okay.
well, I think that, yes, I believe it may
And
be beneficial to all of us to
mhm,
enter into these negotiations and see what we
mhm,
can arrange. And Kasich like adds in, and I can work to help foster that and ensure that this all goes well.
good, good. Jim, I am specifically leaving boyfriend's name out of it.
Sure.
Because if they were around 8, 10 years ago, he was around 8, 10 years ago.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So
Yep.
okay.
Excellent. So you guys were able to have a meal, continuing. Uh, and it would kind of point out that yes, this is mammoth. This is um, they call them crag boars. These large, woolly-looking things that live in the rocks. You don't have much in the way of hide, and he kind of points to the guy with the kind of pebbly-looking like gray hide there. Um,
Mhm.
and effectively, crag boars are kind of like rhinoceros.
Is that what
They
their hide is
most
made out of?
Yes. So
Okay.
effectively, yes, they have almost no fur, kind of that grayish, pebbly looking skin like that, and have
Mhm.
a massive horn on the front there. But yeah, they're basically but more boar-like in terms of their body type and everything else. And to live in the mountains there, um, or in the higher hills there, um, and kind of points out various creatures and such. Um, uh,
So Sora's taking little pieces of everything and piling it into her hands to eat
mhm. Yep.
and
It's
shoving it in her mouth.
I'm just
it's
tasting
all
everything.
It's all very good. Interesting seasoning as you're not used to what they have here. Um, Definitely stranger tastes,
Mhm.
stranger tasting meats and such like that.
Oh, our cook is
Grim,
missing this.
the ale is actually decent, but a strange brew there. It's a little bit more like a pale ale kind of thing. As it's like a Highland hops. They do have things that grow in the hills and such. Um, but they don't have a lot of it because it's so rainy here that it's hard to grow them throughout the year. So they kind of have to harvest them in the drier like days, essentially here and there. But yeah, good stuff. Um, you will also over time notice that almost everyone here is wearing or holding or on their weapons or somewhere a strange like cluster of crystals.
Oh,
Um, they're look kind of like quartz crystals, very kind of that little jagged, spindly crystals and stuff like that. But there's sort of a pale whitish blue color that they almost seem to dance with sparks inside of them, and they
I'm gonna.
all pretty much everyone has some either like on a bracer, taped on their stuck on their weapon, on a headpiece or a necklace. They all have something on them somewhere.
I want to ask him about that. I
Yeah, and
like
me.
shiny things and trinkets and things, and I'll even pull out my amethyst that Trevor gave to me and show them. Like this is the one I always carry. And,
Oh,
you know,
these are and Atlian. These are something that we can make from some of the crystalline deposits in various places. They are we call them storm crystals, and they can effectively they he takes one out there and he'll actually like take it and smack it on he takes it like his knife there and cracks it on there and a spark jumps off of it. A little bit of lightning kind of degenerates from it there.
wow.
Ooh, a tingly.
Effectively you can use this to well um add a little extra lightning to any sort of attacks you make.
I
Um,
felt that in my whiskers.
yeah. Um, they are something that's uh, we produce them here. Yes, I mean it's a matter of something that we take time to various well some of the hillsides will have crystalline deposits in them that are struck by lightning enough times. They sort of hold on to that thing, and we
Nice.
can mine them and make them into these little trinkets that give us a little bit extra edge in our hunting and well, we haven't had to use them in terms of on any invaders or problems. It's mostly with animals and such.
Is that an exclusive thing, or do you sell them to visitors?
I mean, we definitely could. I don't see why we wouldn't trade in them. We do have quite a few of them.
Nice.
It is something that we always have on hand, and sometimes we do have a stockpile of extras. They do wear out after a time, but
Hmm.
it's a It takes. I mean, I've had this one now for 3 years.
Hmm. I guess if you don't use them much, you don't really need to.
This is true. I don't find myself out among the hunting parties as often because I have to make sure everything is going well here, but I do have them. I do have it at least.
Could we get one? Is there anything we have we could trade for?
Well, I think, frankly, the news you brought us and the chance to have messages sent back and forth, I could um, definitely part with one at least for now, and maybe more down the road. And he's kind of like kind of waves his hands there, and the magic person there, the guy who cast detect magic a little bit ago, there, I'll be right back, and rushes off there, comes back, and well, and since and with this, you and Lucas were the ones that expressed the most interest initially, they'll hand you each one, and they're
Nice.
very different from each other. They're definitely like one's like a single like quartz-like crystal, almost there. The other one is like a cluster of small ones. They're all sort of like overgrown with each other,
Hmm.
but almost identical color. And that little like bluish white sparks dancing inside of it there, and hands inside there. Effectively,
Thank
you
you.
can
Thank
you
you.
can and anytime you're anytime you're casting magic, or attacking with spells, you can essentially add more lightning with it.
That's
Um,
wonderful. Thank you.
Focus item.
yes, does not require attunement. I'll
Nice.
I'll have them on your character sheets later on.
Thank you, Jim.
Um,
Thanks.
but um,
I'm going to put mine on my belt with my other trinkets.
yes.
I'd like the cluster if that's
Effectively, you
okay.
can kind of hold on to it, and it's got some charges, and we'll get the mechanics of it later on. Um,
Exciting.
I will say, I will say, if you draw on more, if you draw more, you can increase the amount of lightning that you channel with it, but it does hurt. I will say that.
Right. So if you had somebody like cast a lightning spell on the actual crystal, would that hold that or
Um, and you see at the end, it's a little bit like pouring water into a pitcher. It's like you're dribbling water into a pitcher of water or dumping it into a lake.
Mhm.
It's it's not going to do. uh, It can recharge the expended
Okay.
energy from it, but it doesn't really make it more powerful or stronger or anything else like that.
No, what I mean is you said that they run out after a time, so after it's run out, would you then be able to recharge it?
We've
Or...
experimented over the years, and I think it's more that the actual like crystalline structure breaks down inside, and so
Okay.
just over a time they just wear out. I
Okay.
think like a battery running out of charge. It's like the actual internal composition method gets to a point where it doesn't work anymore. Um, but um, yeah. Any other question or information you're looking for, or uh,
Mm, Jim, because the name escapes me and you'll probably
mhm.
know it off the top of your head before I can find it in World Anvil. What is the name of that red dragon that we talked to who gave me my satchel?
The one from down when you met down in that was Kexarova.
Yes. Do you all recognize that name?
Never heard of it.
No. Okay.
Nope.
Never mind then.
It sounds very old draconic. I don't know. Um, and it's um, no, I never heard of it before.
Okay. Awesome.
And
That's all I need
they'll
to
kind of look at
know.
each other. Nope, nope,
Nope. 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 Cool.
Any dwarves here?
nope. What you see up here everyone here is definitely dragonkin.
Where do you
There's
get?
no there's no non-dragonkin in this
Where do
settlement at
you?
least.
Where do they get their metal?
We do have we are able to find deposits and dig there. We don't really have the tools to do any deep core mining, but we do find and open up surface veins and such. But we don't really have the tools or ability to do deep, high yield mines. It is a matter of
Probably not a lot of need of that right now either. There's only a
really. It is the case. I mean, I'm sure that there's mineral here that could be definitely um, harnessed, but as of now, we've had not had to do it.
I'm actually going to ask for one of those crystals as well, and I'll actually go talk to the blacksmith and see if I can get take a look at their iron and see if there's anything special about it.
Yep.
If it's just regular iron or whatever.
Sure. Yep. You find out it's pretty much regular iron. There's nothing really odd about it in terms of that. But crystals, effectively, would you want to trade for said crystal there if you want to? What is? Because unfortunately, currency wouldn't mean much to them here because the currency is all. The coinage of the realms is not really one that's all that useful.
What is it they need then?
I mean, actual raw materials of some kind. Any sort of magic would be definitely useful to them. Any sort of useful items and such that they wouldn't have easy access to.
I still have that scroll if y'all want to give that up. It's a paladin spell scroll of
Spelladin?
Spelladin, yep. Crusader's Mantle.
I mean, they would definitely be interested. It's something they don't have handy.
What, silk rope?
No, spell scroll of Crusader's Mantle. If you want to use that to get your crystal.
Well, I was actually going to offer I got a masterwork rapier. It's not magical, but
I mean, the blacksmith would definitely be interested in that. The Crusader's Mantle spell, definitely the magic user there at the table there is interested in that. Talking to the blacksmith, again, there's nothing really strange there, but a well-made weapon of some kind that he could like enhance or work with. He definitely would be interested in that. He will hand over a crystal for that easily. So you get one easily for you for the scroll.
I'll take that off my inventory sheet.
Okay.
Now that I can cast it.
Mm-hmm. I've also got 2 daggers, a crossbow, and 20 bolts if he wants those. I'm not ever going to use.
Those really aren't. The crossbow might be interesting because they don't really have. Yeah, actually, he'll get the crossbow for a crystal, sure.
I don't need another crystal because I've got one, but I mean, if anybody else wants one, obviously.
Essentially, between a couple of there, I would say you can get one for the rest of you. So you each have one.
Awesome.
Cool.
So you'll all have one in your inventory. In fact, if you go to your inventory right now, you can actually type in Storm Crystal and add a Storm Crystal to your inventory sheet. They have 5 charges. You can use a charge to add a D8 of lightning to an attack. Any melee, ranged, or spell attack that requires an attack roll. Single target. Yeah. And if you want to expend more charges, you can up to the full 5d8 damage, but you're going to take the 4d8. You take the extra d8 of damage as well.
What are they called again?
Storm Crystal. Typically, 1d8 doesn't hurt you. 2d8 would do whatever the second d8 you roll is. You'll take that as well, because you're basically shocking yourself to add the damage. And so every die you add beyond the 1 will also apply to you.
Unless you find some way of being immune to lightning.
Immune's hard. Resistant, definitely, but immune's hard. You're not immune.
I'm
You're
not immune.
resistant.
I am
Yeah.
resistant.
You'll take
Yeah.
half. Yeah. It is lightning damage. So if you are resistant to it, you will take half.
I think she meant food, Rob. I think she wants you to take some food back to the chef
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
on our
Yep.
ship.
Fine. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I want
Um,
to. I'm trying to put little pieces of leftover foods or whatever I can find into the, so we can take it to our cook, because
The meats
she
may
likes.
not. Meats may not be a thing there. You will find you can get some of the spices that they use.
Nice. I
So
love that.
effectively, there are various forms of peppercorn that are kind of exotic, and some other things that they grow here, essentially. So yeah, you'll be able to find some interesting spice blend that's a little bit different than what you normally would get there. Mostly of different kinds of peppercorns that don't grow anywhere but here. So yes, you can definitely get a small packet of spices to bring back there for your cook.
Very nice.
The meat won't travel well, you know that. I mean,
Even if
although
we put it in like a portable hole where there's no air.
it's still gonna there's air there while it's in there. When you open up air is inside of it, so it's not like it's a vacuum inside.
Okay.
However, if you are planning on heading back soon, it will last for hours or so. You just didn't want you wouldn't want it to be days later.
Right. No, I think if unless there's anything else, we probably leave in the morning.
Okay.
Lucas, did you have anything else you wanted to do here, or Grimbar?
Nope.
No, because I'm probably not going to keep my storm crystal.
Why?
Why?
You know, add T8 damage to anything you want to add?
Well, it's not so. It's not that. It's. I was thinking about getting another one, but that's all right.
I mean, you might be able to trade. I mean, you
No,
got
in other words, give it to, I'm thinking somewhere else farther down the road. All right.
oh sure, yeah.
Okay.
Eventually handing them over
No
as
ways
a
come back.
trade good, yes.
Well, not only that, but just to show what's going on. It's nothing.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would say, Grim, if you wanted to get a second one to give away at some point, or hand out there, or whatever, you know where they live.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
I've got that +1, that +1 knife.
Mhm.
I know I could get one for that. So, but I'm not
you
sure
can
I want to. I'm not sure I want to give up the knife.
No, there's no reason to.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, you each have one. If you want to do something to get more, you can try to get more. But there's always a chance of getting more down the road.
I think that's just greedy at this point. It's matter. We can always come back, can't we? We can always come back and let them know that we fixed your call later on.
Fixed it. We conquered it and just
In looking here, you'll see
yeah.
that the majority of folks here, this is their home. This is where they've lived their entire life, and you'll find out that there's actually been about roughly eight or more generations that have been here. So, I mean, everyone that's here, other than the most recent survivors that washed up on shore, the rest of the ones that were here, they've been here their entire lives, their entire think back. I mean, your great grandparents, they were here. You will learn that yes, there are a number of well, by your definitions, Sora, queens. If there isn't so much a queen, a matriarchal structure, it's more just of a sort of a everyone has their kind of place kind of thing. Atlian is leader only in the aspect of making sure things get done. And as the evening will go on, this room will fill up, the main dining hall. Then there's just more and more people come in there, all very interested to see the visitors to the island, the visitors to their home, who many have never seen a tabaxi, or for that matter, a human, elf, or dwarf. So they're very interested in seeing and speaking with you because they've never seen one before in their lives. they've only ever seen dragonkin and giants.
The freak shows in town.
Mm,
I mean, it's more like, hey, we've heard stories. We know what you are. We've never seen one in person before.
And we're not
Um,
far from the Everwind Plains, to be honest.
well, remember, no one's been able to really. The
Mhm.
fact that the refugees were able to get here centuries ago was kind of a miracle of its
Yeah.
own right.
Yeah.
The most recent expedition to try to come here didn't make it.
Yeah.
right.
So yeah,
So,
again, they've heard of it but have not seen it before.
Yeah, well, he's got teleport now, so we don't have to worry about that. But uh, maybe there's room for future ability to create a circle here. So
I mean, you'll find that they don't have anyone of a high enough casting ability to do to be able to create one there, but somebody could come here to do one. Even the spellcasters that are here, I mean, they roughly about third level spells at the most there, so they wouldn't be able to create. But again, somebody could come here and establish one. It would just take a long time.
Jim, while everybody's coming in and talking to the rest of the party, I'll probably try and slip out and send a message to Strelix.
Sure.
Let
He
him
is.
know that this is all here and what's going on.
He is definitely interested, fascinated by the idea that there's a settlement out there like that.
Mhm.
And yeah, so definitely interested in hearing more at some point when we can see you in person.
Yeah, most definitely. And then, Amethyst, at some point, if you could send a message to Strega and let him know that there have been trade talks over here.
Yeah. Yeah, I can let him know.
And then I'll just walk around the village and take everything in.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And like I say, it's odd seeing. You've never really been in a dragonkin place that like this.
Mhm.
Um,
It's not a
so yeah,
commune.
I mean it's a settlement. It's just it's not.
Settlement.
it's a communal.
Commune.
They have a communal gathering session where they all come to eat.
I
And
mean,
they don't charge people to eat. I mean, they just come here and they all eat.
yeah,
It's like the Viking villages of old. You all
yeah,
live.
kind of. It has that. It's sort of the long haul, the longhouse.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's sort
yeah.
of yeah, essentially. Yeah, although you kind of get the impression this is definitely a special occasion because more people are here all at one time, and there's definitely not a table to accommodate the entire settlement to come in here at once. But there's definitely, I mean, a good like probably 40, 50 people in here at the high point. Um, so while the whole settlement couldn't be here at one time, they can definitely get quite a few in.
Yeah. And this is where they hold their big meetings and
Hmm.
uh,
Absolutely.
votes and whatever. Yeah.
Hmm. Yep. So, they will show you if you need accommodations. They will show you to get to some guest chambers there. Uh, they're fairly sparse, fairly basic in their accommodations. Nothing elaborate or fancy. Um, Effectively, just wooden frame beds there, overstuffed uh, mattresses, um, and it's all clean. All there's a bit of a there's obviously a bit of because this area is so damp. They definitely is a bit of a moldiness to things that you have to get kind of cleaned out a little bit because these chambers aren't used as often as other ones. But they definitely they warm them up and they'll have some of their lower level casters come in and freshen things up for you. Thank you, prestidigitation. Um,
I can help
and yeah,
you.
so yeah, definitely able to kind of neaten things up and clean things up for you, and yeah, you're able to. They will let you know that
Are we all
Um,
sleeping in like the same type house where there's like a shared living room, or is it
So
separate huts?
the main tower has some rooms in it there. So basically, you're in the main tower, the sort
Okay.
of the centralized place there. They have some guest rooms essentially. Um, they're not often used by the look of them, but they have a little extra overflow. One of them
Okay.
has almost a look of, you realize, uh, one of the ones that you're in there. Let's see whose room that is. It would be Thora. Actually, your room has a bit of a look, a bit of a feel of an infirmary. Like maybe they had um, people recovering from injuries and such. Um, there's
Lobotomized people coming in there. Yeah, she would. Yeah, that'd be good for her.
no. The idea is someone's been injured and will spend time there being observed there. Um, it's so yeah, you're able to guys get some rest and settle in. However,
Sleep in an infirmary.
hmm?
Okay. Nope. Just talking. Sora is mumbling to herself.
Sure. Anything else that evening?
Mm-mm. I
Okay.
think I'm good.
I'm kind of assuming that the storm crystal will be good enough to get me back here with the teleport, as in
Yeah. You
unique enough.
also, it's somewhat, although individually they're not so much. You probably need something more of the place there.
Right.
The storm crystals are sort of generalized to the island itself. But you'll be able to find an item of some kind of something around the area. Um,
Okay, I'll do that. Yeah.
okay.
Don't forget you've
Um,
got a storm crystal.
yeah, you have one, but it's it's probably again it's like the idea of just finding uh something, an item from a store, being able to teleport back to that store. It's like these guys, they've made these things here, but they're not necessarily totally unique to this specific location. Um, but yeah, I mean a chip of stone off the wall of your room, um, or off the exterior wall somewhere, not a problem. There's kind of just chisel away a little bit of a piece there. Um, yeah. So, anyone's any preparations or things you want to do for your before going to sleep?
I just want to
Mm,
talk to everybody and taste all of the food and,
Yeah,
experience this wonderful place and the people and
yeah.
just everything.
Everyone, it has that sort of small, like rustic village feel to it. I mean, obviously there's a well-made structure here. I mean, the building's been here. The tower was built well over a century ago, and the walls built over time as well. It wasn't all done at once. It was a long-term effort. Um, and then occasionally the high winds or heavy lightning storms will come along and damage something, and they'll fix it up. Kind of patch everything up there and make it all work again. Most of the dwellings are like squat stone structures with like broad chipped stone roofs over wooden frameworks and such. Almost like a slate roof kind of thing. Um, throughout the whole place there. There are children running around, mostly of a uh, um, similar coloration, the bronze blue. However, Amethyst, you will spot um, one of the kids running around has a definite brass coloration to them,
Hmm.
as fairly obvious it's the blacksmith kid.
Yeah. No.
Um, and that and there's very little blue or bronze coloration to that one. That one's definitely a brass kid running around.
Hmm.
Oh no,
Sorry.
no worries. Ordered a one.
Yeah, she's not well.
Hmm. Um, so as the evening as it is fully dark, Most everyone is going back to their homes. The liveliness kind of dies down, and they all kind of head back to their homes. The main hall clears out, and you again showing where your rooms are. You're not confined to them or anything else. You're able to kind of move around and everything. Nobody like stops you. There's no guards posted or anything else. However, probably you're not sure exactly what time of night. An alarm is raised. There is a clamoring of what sounds like chimes or like gongs, like the varying sides, a warning bells of some kind. You're not sure where they're coming from exactly, but there's definitely a sound of alarm happening there, and wakes you out of a dead sleep. Depending on how much. Sutara is in the middle of a sort of a meditation kind of thing like that. As alarms are going up. And what do you do as you hear the alarms happening?
What kind of when you say alarms, is it like a bell just going ding ding ding, or is it a bell going blah, 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 blah?
It's
I mean, like
multiple bells going off. You get a kind of gong sound there. It's definitely happening. There's definitely voices raised. Depending on
get
where
up,
you
get
go.
my boots on. I prep. I get fully prepped.
Okay.
Is it
Take a swig of ale that I was still left in the mug.
are we
Yeah.
all in our
Get
rooms?
woke
That's what I
up.
wanted to ask.
I assume at some point, yes, you'd all be in your rooms when this happens here.
Okay, then I'll probably wake up and go get other people who aren't awake up.
Okay. It would be very hard to sleep through this. It is definitely all hands on deck. Everyone, like there are multiple like bells and chimes and gongs all happening. And by the time you get up out of your rooms, there you can see there are people moving around everywhere. Various people, obviously, people like donning armor. There are people getting weapons. There are people moving around all over the place.
I'll go to the main hall and I'll take a look around and see if I see the, Atlian around.
You don't see him there initially. You will see various other guards and such moving around.
What about the guy Kesh or whatever his name was?
Kasich. You'll spot Kasich kind of moving through at one point there.
Where do you need
yes.
him?
There's been he calls them lightning storm. What's the term for them?
Right?
Giants?
Giants?
No. Lizards from the north, from the peaks. They're and this way, and he kind of and he sort of like leads you up to the top of the tower.
Easy, lad. Take a deep breath. It can't be that bad.
As you get
It's
to the
just
top
a
of the
lizard
tower,
after all.
Famous last word.
you will see to the north where there's a lot of the hills, it's sort of at the base of the hill as they go up higher, essentially, and various hills and structures up there. You will see on the hillside three. Well, it's hard to see because it is dark outside. Three large, like flashes of lightning moving along the hillside, and in the flashes of light, you see long snake-like bodies, but you realize scale-wise, these things are large, and
Are
they're
these
moving
drakes?
along there.
Are they drakes or wyvern like the ones we saw before?
Much larger than that, and the lightning is playing over their whole body, like flashing over them and kind of thing. And you'll see these long snake-like bodies, multiple limbs, as and they just kind of like moving along there. They are definitely heading in this direction.
No wings?
Nope.
Okay.
I put
Dragon.
my hand on Keswick's shoulder or reach up and touch him. I says, Keswick, lad, those aren't lizards. That's hell spawn, that is.
They're, that we don't see them on the mainland. They're sort of native to here. They're not good at all. And
Do they bleed? To
they
use that
can
old attache.
they can be taken down, yes.
Yeah.
But three of them, that's a problem.
Who
I
you piss
I'm,
off?
I don't know. I don't know. That we occasionally see one in the area, and they don't normally come this direction or this close. So I'm afraid that it could be a problem. And let's see here. Give me history checks if anyone might recognize. You've heard stories about things like this.
Can we count the legs?
Yeah, there's 6 of them.
6 legs.
Sora's never heard of them.
Me neither.
I'll ask them what their weak spots are.
They're insides.
Good point.
Grim, you probably had the best chance of this. You realize that while you have not seen one of these things in person ever, definitely not, and Esk will know this as well, these are Beher.
Ah,
They hear
yeah.
They are
Indeed.
large, six-legged, reptilian-looking things there who have lightning playing over them, and they are, yeah, rather vicious, very, very brutal, and their hides and such are very valuable. This is why you've heard of them somewhat, Grimbar. Are those that they are probably Beher. And there are 3 of them. With that, though, we're going to jump to break, and we're going to get Eskin here officially. When we come back, we'll be able to get our party a little more filled out and see how this plays out. So we'll be back here in a little bit, about 5 to 10 minutes. And till then, have fun. And welcome back. We have our Esk with us now. And so after a kind of a bit of a feast, checking things out there in the settlement of Hillhold, seeing all the dragonkin there, and getting a hold of a new things. Oh, Esk, go into your inventory and add a storm crystal to your inventory. You'll find it you just type in storm crystal for your inventory. They're going to add it there, as you will see. Yes. And if you have any questions on how it works there, let me know. But effectively, yes, you can add a little lightning damage to your attack. And if you take some extra damage, you can add more lightning damage to your attack.
The dragonkin were all carrying them round, so Lucas and I were asking about them, and we managed to get them to give us a couple and then trade for a few more, so everybody's got one.
Yep.
Okay. Do these recharge, or is it after the charges? They're
no, it's 5 charges, and they recharge at dawn. In stormy conditions, they'll recharge 1d3 charges at dawn. Or if you're in stormy conditions, they'll recharge full at dawn.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Does Sora count as a stormy condition?
That is a valid question.
environmental conditions, not just having someone who uses lightning around you. Yeah,
Can Sutara make stormy conditions?
I believe control weather would essentially make it work
Yeah.
there if you want to have stormy conditions there. So it has to be essentially the potential for storm, not actual active storming happening. So
Okay.
stormy conditions, yes. So
Sweet.
anyway, yes.
Yeah.
I bring the thunder and the lightning. I don't bring the clouds.
Yes. You bring the cloud strike, not the actual clouds. So, so as you're up on the alarm sounds, you guys have been brought up to the roof, to the top of the tower. They're looking out over the hillsides before you have, and a ways off, definitely moving in this direction. You see these large lightning crackling around these long lizard-like, snake-like, draconic-looking things. They're sort of slithering along the mountains. They're obviously coming in this direction. They're still a ways off. They're not going to be at the walls in the next minute or a couple of minutes, but they are definitely heading this way. So, the defenses are being mustered. People are up on the walls with their bows, ready to start firing out there. But they're sort of like manning the walls there. Obviously, the way these things are moving, they could probably come up over the walls with no problem. They'd just be slowed down by the walls. These are huge monstrosities.
It would be a bad thing for them to come into the village, yes?
It would, yes.
Yes. So how about those of us of more martial go out to be the bait, and we could smash them, yes?
As long as you're the master.
Of puppets?
Of the bait.
So, Atlian, we can man the walls and definitely try to deter them from coming too closely. But I would, if you could go out and stop them, that would be even better. I am not. We've fended off one in the past, but seeing three at once, I am definitely concerned.
Let's go, Esk.
Okay.
Just
Yes.
stay in groups or lines. Just keep away from one another if you can.
Yep.
So the idea is to head out toward them and confront them before they get too close.
This is such a bad idea.
We're gonna do it though. Is Lucas and Grimbar and Amethyst coming with us, or is it just the two of us running out there?
Oh, I'm flying on my carpet.
You're on top of a 30-foot tower 30-foot tower right now. So basically,
No,
you can go back down.
Sora totally jumped off of that.
You've got your boots of flying on though, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
I will activate.
You can definitely between. So we have Amethyst and a carpet. Amethyst could take Esk on a carpet. Sora, you could grab probably Grim and fly Grim out there.
Let's go, buddy.
To make things easy, we'll
She's
have.
Not grabbing me. I'm going to sit on her shoulders, and we'll do it that way. But you'd never throw or grab a dwarf.
This is untrue. Sir. You just never speak of it again.
Princess hold. I'm just saying princess hold all the way.
Never throw a dwarf. The term is toss.
Sorry, toss.
And to make things easier, so you don't spend affinity slots for the moment there, Lucas there, Satara will drop you off on the opposite side of the wall and kind of hang back there in case anyone needs healing and such, and keep out of the way. Also to make sure that nobody gets hurt up on the walls or anything else. So Satara will hang back a little further from the group there. As you get into position there, you get down beyond the wall there in the hills, kind of up to the north there. You will be able to see these things as they're coming closer. They're moving fairly rapidly. They are able to climb up and down all the rocks and crags and the hillsides almost as fast as they can move normally. So they can kind of scale up around there and kind of find them climbing up these long snake-like bodies there with multiple limbs, crawling and climbing up the rocks and everything else. And so,
I will take Potion of Lightning Resistance and suggest the others do it as well.
Yep.
So I will go ahead.
That would be a part of the pre-fight thing.
Yep, you definitely have some moments there. If you want to go ahead and have lightning resist, yes, sir.
I don't.
So half of half for me then, right?
Yes. You had enough for each one of you to have lightning resist potions. So
Yes. Yes. So half of half for me.
okay. Yes. So that will. So go ahead and place
Oh,
yourselves at the
pretty.
bottom of this map.
So how do I put that on a character sheet, or did we just
Don't worry about it. Remember, you have lightning resistance, and so we'll have any lightning damage that comes at you.
Okay.
You can do it. You click on defenses and add it that way.
Oh,
Yeah.
you did not make S smaller yet.
I'm probably not going to specifically.
Okay.
So
Okay.
you still take up the same amount of space. It's like you
Yeah, I'm just a small
Yeah.
creature instead of a medium.
Yep.
But yeah.
No worries. Yep.
Perfect.
Okay.
Also,
So it's
a
at the
part
bottom of the map.
of the things I would like to do are take a second, and I would both my swords out, and
Thank you.
take a second, and you see me put my little thumb at the very top of the blade, and watch as light. Actually, it looks like light pours through my veins for a quick second, as all the veins underneath my skin, a yellow light pours from them, and it looks like they're pulsing towards the swords, and both of the swords will light up, and you take 2d8 necrotic damage.
Yes. All right.
Our temp points are gone.
Are they?
Yeah, I think I'll have
like-
a short rest.
Mhm.
Okay.
You definitely
We
had
def-
equivalent. You definitely had enough time pass.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'll put the rest of you guys on the map here, so you're all here. So boop boop boop. There you go. You're all on the bottom of the map.
Mhm. I like the map, Jim.
It's cool in there. You can see obviously on the bottom there, Dungeon Mapster, where I found it. So yay, cool stuff.
I'll cast less on myself, Grimbar, and Sora.
Okay.
Ooh,
So boop
am of the blessed.
boop. You can mark yourselves as blessed on your and don't forget your D4s on attack saves and ability checks. Okay. Anything else anyone wants to activate in the rounds as you are approaching this spot here? You can activate a few things. Effectively, we'll be starting up here in just a moment.
Are we activating the bracelet just in case? The Guardian Bond bracelet with
Do not.
We can activate that bracelet, the
my
telepathic
telepathic
bond.
bond. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
I'll let you in. And that's D4 is to attack, saves, and what?
Ability checks. So
Ability.
any D20 check.
Did I get hit with that? I'm sorry. Was I hit with bless?
No,
Yeah.
just
No.
Sora, Grim, and Lucas.
Okay, cool.
Only 3 targets.
Jim, I am going to activate full Mizium and the ring, so my AC is 24.
Excellent. Oh boy. Okay. Speedy Bear. Then roll for initiative, and we'll get things rolling here.
Ooh, roll for initiative.
Yeah, I can do that. That's an action. Or that's
If you put your character type,
We-
it comes up in the top left corner, initiative, and you can just click that.
As long as it's set right, which it should be.
As long as Jim's done his job.
I am going to go ahead and click my belt to give myself spider climb, and then real quickly to replace one of those. Hey, cool. Okay.
Hey, Jim, at the top of the map, I put an
Mhm.
extra token out. You can delete that, please?
You bet.
Oh, and for the record, Jim, I am carrying Sunstrike, not Cloud Strike.
Okay.
Or Sunbeam, whatever I named it.
Amethyst, are you on the carpet?
Yeah.
I'll put you flying. Anyone else? Anyone else currently flying as well? Story, you flying as well?
Yes, boots have activated. To get down the wall, that's what I used.
Yeah, so essentially, you kind of rush down here, effectively, essentially down the wall and out, a good couple hundred yards out away from the walls there, as these guys are kind of moving toward it there. So you're definitely outside of, essentially beyond fireball range of the wall, but they are moving in this direction. You can see on the top of the map there, 3 large blue lightning sparking up there. You see the little flashes of lightning along their length. They're illuminating them as they're moving really rapidly south toward you.
Yeah, I'll fly on myself.
Okay.
Hey, ask. Don't screw this up and kill these guys quickly. Yeah?
Yes.
5 rounds or less?
What is a round?
5 rounds, are you okay?
30 seconds? 35
Yeah.
seconds?
I don't
Yes.
think so.
35 seconds. Let's go.
We got all your effects activated now. We got spider climb on Esk and flying on the other 3. And Grim, you are basically able to move into position. So
I will turn to Grim. 5 gold. I kill the first one.
holy crap. Okay. It's crazy that 21 is in the middle of the order there. This is great. So anyway, Grim, you are
5
first.
gold, and I go first. No.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah. I guarantee you're not killing one in the first round. No one can, not
No
even
one's
Sora
gonna-
can pull that off.
No, not even.
Although,
At a game, I totally know that's not even possible.
Yeah.
it's not impossible.
Oh, it is at this
It
level.
is. It
Yeah,
is.
you're not doing that much damage in one round.
Yeah,
No.
none of these characters are actually built to broken that much.
Yeah.
I don't even know I don't know how badass these things are. So.
They are. They
Ooh,
suck.
they're scary.
I'm scared.
It's,
Ask is excited. Nate is scared.
they can eat you for dinner.
Yeah, they sure can.
You might be cutting yourself out of one, let's face it.
That'd be interesting.
So yeah, you go ahead and move and action bonus action.
Although I did say the weak spot was on the inside, so winner.
Action. I'm gonna dash. Right. Go action. Yep. I am gonna. Actually.
Are you moving your token currently? Because I'm not seeing it moving.
No, I'm not. I'm
Okay.
I'm
making sure.
I'm having trouble getting the map to stay still so I can.
Oh, that may be, I mean, no, it's on the map player, so it shouldn't be.
That is. Okay, so.
And that should be fairly
What-
accurate.
What are these things like right here?
So this is an uphill rock wall. Essentially, think of this being a cliff up, and yeah. So anywhere you can kind of see so this would be uphill from here. So basically, you're moving uphill for the most part there, up until this point where it drops downhill, and there's a little ravine beyond that spot there. So they're currently on the opposite side of this little ravine here, this little stepstones. So yeah, it is very much a sort of a 3-dimensional map on you here. There, so you can definitely climb up this one. Not too difficult. You want to get up
I
to
have
like there?
boots. I've got boots of striding and leaping.
Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely get up there then. Yep.
So-
Out of curiosity, these are 20 foot tall.
This one's about 10 feet. These are about like 30 or 40 feet up.
Okay.
These are pretty big. Yeah, pretty much where you are right now. This is 40 feet up to here. So 10 feet, 30 feet.
Okay.
And I'm gonna say we're all gonna gank the same ones, right?
Focusing fire. Yes.
Okay, so
I hope so.
I'm gonna take first shot. So I am going to shoot this one.
You would need to be a little bit further over to here to see it because this is a rock wall in front of you.
Then I would have gone to this spot here.
Yep. Yeah. From here you can see it. Yeah. Because, or you can kind of lean out around the wall and shoot. That's fine there. From that point there, yeah, you could do that.
Yeah,
And it is elevated up on this spot over here, so it's definitely
okay.
And to remind you, we do have telepathic bond going.
Yep.
Hey, Jim, I forgot to tell you that I wanted to attune to the ring or the coin.
Okay. Sure. Go for it.
Do I
Oh.
need to pull the?
You had time.
Okay.
So you can swap out, just remove the normal coin and go there's an attuned version instead.
Okay, cool.
And then
Thanks.
tune that one. Yep.
We didn't do anything. Does bless give me advantage?
No. Is you,
No.
you-
Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and roll an attack.
This
with
gives
my
you a
bow.
plus to attack.
yeah, it works.
The D4 doesn't help me there, right?
It helps with the attack roll, but the 25 is enough, plenty to hit.
Okay.
It's just your normal damage.
And that could be a sneak attack for my first roll. So
Nope. There's
No?
you don't have advantage on it, so there's no way to get it. They're aware of you there.
okay. So let me still
Hey,
that's what I
actually,
was rolling for earlier.
Let me check. Oh, so let me check here then. So was that a single move to get there for you,
Yes.
or was it double move?
No, that was a single. That was 30 feet.
Okay, so you can bonus action hide then. So go ahead and hide since you have a rock wall in front of you.
All right.
So give me a stealth check and see if you can. I mean, you got pretty decent passive, but you have a high stealth, so. Oh yeah, no problem. Yep. So yes, you do have advantage in the attack there, and so this would be a sneak attack. Yes. It does not know you're there. Ooh. Wow.
That's a lot.
That is a lot of damage on the first hit.
Yeah.
Peekaboo.
So,
Peek-
what's going on here? What is happening? Why is this?
He rolled his sneak attack damage. I'm assuming because he stealthed up.
Yes. Oh my God! Come on.
What did I do wrong now?
You didn't do anything wrong. It's my keyboard acting dumb. Okay.
Now, can I take can I take the after attack and like what is it called?
So that way-
Disengage and
You bonus action hide, so you already used your action bonus action to move.
okay, so
Yeah.
I'm not hidden now though, right?
You kind of have cover, but no, yeah, it knows you're there.
Okay.
Yep. All right. So Lucas, see Grimbar rush up there and fire a shot out into the thing there, glowing mote of energy from his bow there, sticks into its hide. See that glowing arrow of force literally sinks into it and disappears as it goes deep enough to just go be completely inside of it.
And if it can yelp, it yelped.
It definitely let out a bellow of displeasure.
So I can fly 60
Yeah,
foot
that.
the diagonal.
What's that?
I can fly 60 foot, so I can fly
Mhm.
60 foot upwards and forwards.
Yep.
I don't know how, yeah.
So you got to fly, yeah. So probably whack one right up in the edge of right about there, just from the vertical change there. So yeah, you've been at the top of the little cliff there. But yeah, you can see them over there.
And I will cast from there. I can get two of them in a fireball, can't I?
Probably. Let's just see. Grab a fireball template here and see where it reaches. 20-foot radius, right?
Yeah.
Yep, that'll hit two of them. So these two?
Yep.
Okay.
Let's cast it.
Okay. Excellent. So first one does not make it. Second one does not make it either. Okay. So they'll each take 39. Oof. Okay. So bright flash of light there as fire licks up over both these guys here, setting all the shrubs and bushes on the side of the hillside on fire as well. As they both just lit up there, both bellowing in pain from the explosion. But they are still moving. Anything else in the bonus section?
Yep, I'll give Bardic Inspiration to Esk.
Okay.
Sweet.
Yes, you got some inspiration. I'm gonna put.
Yes. Inspiration.
I don't want to. Let's see. We'll do it. No problem. You. Woohoo! Okay, Esk, you are up.
Okay, so it's like. Okay, so. I'm
So
going
from
to...
here to here, and then it's up 30 feet to this. So.
Okay. And how far is it from here to there?
I didn't see where you pinged.
Here to here.
I'm still not seeing it. Oh, wait up there. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know how you're getting that far up there, up the map.
So I will look down at the ring I have that is bright purple with a emblem of a winged dragon on it, and I will rub that ring, giving myself haste, and then that gives me 70 feet of movement.
Okay.
And then I will action dash, which gives me 140 feet of movement.
Okay.
So I will double my
Let's
movement
just do
speed.
this. Okay. So basically, we're talking about. So you want to get. Come on. What's happening here? There we go. I still can't see it. With all the elevation changes and your spider climb, you could get to this one up here. Sure.
I could get to that guy? Okay, yes.
Yeah, you could do it. Yeah.
So I am all up in his face.
Get on up there.
I'm getting on up there. And while I'm running at him, I will do nothing because I use my action to dash.
Yes. you have haste. You still have an extra.
I still have an extra attack. Yeah, what am I talking about?
You have an attack. Yes.
I have one attack. Okay, so yes.
Is it haste?
Bonus action to activate.
Let me double check that haste real quick here. Let me double check that.
Yes.
Haste. Let me see it. I want to see is it take the attack? If it take the attack action, you get an extra attack, or is it if you just
creature? I have a plus.
Yes.
So my AC is 22 now.
Okay.
And
Sure.
I have an additional action. Okay, cool for on each turn. Okay, cool.
It can only be used for attack, dash, disengage,
Right.
hide, or use action. Okay, yeah. So yeah, you get an extra action. Yes.
So I'm flying towards him, and then
Okay.
I'm going to hit him with my sword, my flame tongue.
Good.
Yeah, that'll hit. 1 second.
Yep, that'll hit.
Okay. We're going to do that.
12.
And then add an additional D8
From
the radiant damage he's being dealt as well.
which is from which?
Which is from Crimson Dawn.
Oh right, yeah, because it's a flame tongue weapon. Yep. Okay.
Yes. So that is an additional 3. Okay.
Okay.
And that is the end of my turn. They're 15 damage. Yep.
All right. So, yeah. This one's going to look down at you as you just kind of flash across it there. As it suddenly appears, it's going to make a bite attack at you. Actually, it'll make a constrict attack right at you. Large or small. Yep.
I am small.
Yes.
I can't believe I rolled a 19 on my initiative, and I thought, oh, that's a really good initiative, and I'm second to last.
I know, this was nuts.
I critted.
Let's going to go ahead
What
and
are y'all
constrict.
talking about? I'm at 3.
Three of them got 24.
Natural 1.
Does
Nothing
not
misses on that
hit.
one.
Yeah.
So it'll kind of coil itself around you because you're so small and so quick. There, you kind of dance out of its coils, and it tries to bite you. 13 does not hit.
13 does not hit. Yeah, 22 is my AC.
Yeah, rolled a 1 and a 3 on those. Good luck. This
love
one's
when you
going to
know.
come on over here.
30
And-
piercing, though, that hurts.
Ouch.
And we'll try to do the same thing, and as the one kind of rears back there and bites you, the second one kind of slithers in there, wrapping around, trying to wrap around you. We'll kind of constrict. 29 will definitely constrict you. So
Can I activate? Where's it? I'm sorry. No, never mind. I got rid of that one. Never mind. Just kidding. Okay.
that will be so then 37 damage, 20 bludgeoning, 17 slashing, and you are grappled. It will then go ahead on its second attack and bite
Times
you.
Math. 1 second. 17.
Okay.
Okay, we're good. Okay.
14. While you are still grappled, because you are so tiny, it can't quite get its jaws around you. So it's kind of its own teeth slithered off its scales, and lightning and sparks dance all around you as this happens here. So you have 2 Bahir on you there now. And now this one will go ahead and move. Let me see what they do. Yeah, that'll do right about there. Okay. So this one will climb and slither its way to right about here.
That's right where I was going to go.
It's this one that's got me grappled, right? The one I'm on top of?
This one here, yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yes, I am. Yep. All right, come on now. Measure. Okay, that's all I can do then there. So it's going to go ahead and just, why not? Since it can't get in close to you that way, it'll just dash over to here. So it kind of looms up. So there's like past you, Lucas, there, looming on the top of the cliffside. Grimbar, you can look up and see up at this about 20-foot rise here. This thing over top of you, like looming over there, with Lucas hovering up in the air there as well, as it's sort of like looking back and forth at the 2 of you. That's its action. They are done. Amethyst.
Okay. It put it. Not only Ask being grappled has put a big hole in what I was planning on doing.
Oh, 1 second. Sorry. I can't save.
So much for my 60-foot cone, only.
For haste.
Haste.
I'm gonna fly over to here and go above the cliff, but then I'm gonna drop down after and use it as a bit of cover if I can. Even though these things can move pretty fast. I'm just gonna try and help Ask at this point. I really wanted to damage these fuckers, but never mind.
Help. I mean, I've got a bunch of health, but help.
I'm gonna twin cast Hold Monster on those 2 at the top. If I can.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
DC 19 Wisdom save. Please fail.
Okay. So this first one is not currently holding Esk. Will make it.
Oh,
The one holding Esk does not.
awesome.
Ooh, he's getting a whole lot of damage on my turn.
You're still grappled
So-
because it's still wrapped around you. So
I know, but I can swing. I can swing. My little arms can swing.
Yeah. The funny thing is, while it can't move, it also can't release you. So you're just like you're just like stuck in this like coil of rock right now. It's like totally unmoving. However, I will give you advantage on an escape check if you want to do that because it can't actually react to what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Nicely done, Avress.
Thank you.
Oh, and this
Very
one
good.
here is held.
Yeah. I'm going to drop back down below the cliff just to get a bit of cover.
Okay, no worries. Sora, you are up. You see this all happening in front of you.
I am so glad he moved right there, let me tell you.
Sure.
Because, now I can get up here and I can smack him.
Sure thing.
Mm-hmm. Sunburst is going to swing twice.
Bash, bash.
Ooh, that will hit.
Only hits. Yep, okay. So 12, 11 damage.
Mm-hmm. And again.
Nice.
Oh, wait, Zephyr Strike is an action, isn't it?
Bonus action, I believe.
Bonus action, cool. The spell itself is an action. Oh, I don't think that hits.
No, Zephyr Strike is
Oh,
a
I'm
bonus
not
action.
rolling bless.
Well, Zephyr Strike is a bonus action.
Cool.
Okay, that will hit.
Sweet. And now it's time to swing.
13 more. Nice.
Mm-hmm. And then I will use bonus action, Zephyr Strike, and go up here to ask.
What's the range on Zephyr Strike?
30. Right there.
Sure. Okay, so you away. And yes, your next attack will do D8 force damage as well.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So that's good. Grim, you're up. This thing is effectively Lucas is in melee with this thing, so you can't shoot it and get sneak attack. Technically, this is also in as an ally in melee range because Esk is being grappled by it. So
what about the other one?
The only one you
that I
can't
hit already.
Also, the one that is holding me is auto crit.
No, not melee attacks only.
Oh yeah. Oh,
range attack.
Yeah, he's ranged. He's ranged.
Yeah. So yes, he is. You have advantage against this one. You do not have advantage against this one here. He's not. So you could bonus action, use your steady aim, and then shoot this one and sneak attack it. There is that.
Okay, what does at will mean?
What do you mean? Which ability is it?
It's the coin.
So that means you can use literally you can just cast at will. So basically you can cast it. It's still an action to do it.
You can use it every round.
Well, it's only once per day, but yeah.
Oh.
So if I cast fear, on this one here, I can do a bonus action and steady fire, and then fire again, right?
No, his casting fear is an action. It's still a spell effect you're activating, so yeah.
Okay, so it's a full action. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like casting the spell fear is what you're doing. Cause fear. It just means it doesn't require a spell slot because you don't have spell slots. You can just do it as part of the coin. Yes, attack rolls, but they're not auto melee range.
Yeah, I forgot that he was.
Any attack hits the creature if the attacker is within 5 feet of the creature. Yes,
exactly. 5 within. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna cast fear on this one here.
Sure. Okay.
And that one is going to be this.
Okay. Cause fear. Excellent. So basically, wisdom saving throw to fire. Okay, there's a frightened effect on it then. Okay, good. Okay, and frightened is. Come on there. Disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source is within line of sight, and it can't move closer to you. Yes. Okay. All right. So if he fails to save, which is going to be a DC, it should say on the item what the spell save is. I think.
This is Wisdom 13.
Okay, got it. Okay, you got a 1. Great. Okay.
Oh, nice.
So
Good
he
DM
is
rolls today, ma'am.
all over the place right now. It's just crazy. Let's see here. Where is Beard?
Last
you
time
go.
I laughed at the DM's rolls, I got a crit, so be careful.
Yep. Okay, so it is feared. Yes. So you can now move or do bonus action. Sort of like it's kind of rears back at you with eyes wide, looking obviously very frightened of you all of a sudden.
And then as a bonus action, can I steady aim?
Sure, for your next attack. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
That means whichever target you take.
Or bonus action hide.
You couldn't hide from this thing right now. You could hide from these guys over here, but this thing's like literally looking right down at him. There's no cover between him and it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So, or I could move, right?
You can still move. Yes.
So I'm actually gonna move. I'm not going to attack him, but I'm gonna move. I'm gonna walk around. I'm gonna get closer to him and make him go away. Maybe I can I'm trying to force him away from Lucas.
Well, he doesn't have to move away from you. He just can't move toward you.
Oh,
It doesn't make him run away, so that's a different effect. But it means that he does have a little disadvantage on his attacks while you're in sight of him. So yes.
So he can still attack me.
Can he attack you? I think he can with a disadvantage. Sure.
Yeah, creature has disadvantage on attacks.
Yeah,
ability checks while within this
line of sight.
Line of
And
sight.
he can't move toward you. So if you wanted to basically be like here, he couldn't move to attack you. Well, he does have range. He does have reach. I will say that. He has a long neck. So keep
His
that in
whole
mind.
body's a neck.
Pretty much. He can switch out. He could technically attack you there, but he's really disadvantaged.
He's a noodle with teeth.
Pretty much, and claws.
Well,
Oh,
I'll
yeah,
move
and like
there
10 of 'em.
and I'll attempt to take a steady rest or a steady aim at the
Oh,
one
yeah.
I'm shooting.
Yep, no worries. You have steady aim activated.
Yep.
All right, Lucas, you're up. This thing is like has reared back there and is like warily watching Grim as Grim circles around, but it's still there right there next to you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna cast Dissonant Whispers on it.
Now that'll be interesting because it can't move away from you because it can't move toward Grim.
It can move away at an angle.
You
Potentially.
can't move closer toward him, so I guess it could move north.
Yeah.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, because it can't move. It can't move toward you, and it can't move. He can't move currently because he can't move toward you, and he can't move toward Grim, which is basically no direction.
It can go south.
No, we don't want it to go south. The village is south.
Yeah, we definitely don't want this thing going south.
Or it can go north.
Kinda.
Frozen in place sounds good too.
Okay. I mean, there's kind of that. So it's another wisdom save. Good God. That's 7. Okay, so it takes the 18. Cool. And then it's gonna. Let's see if it's gonna go north or south. I will roll odd. So I will roll. Odd is north, and even so. Odd is north, even is south.
Mm-hmm.
Odd is north.
Oh, we got
move.
so lucky. So lucky.
Yep. So it's going to go this way to there. Yeah, that's it. There. There it goes. Well, nope. There. Okay. That way didn't really move closer to either of you. It moved kind of parallel away from the two of you.
It's gonna move as far as its speed allows.
It's 30. It can go a little further. It can go to there. Yep, it'll go there.
Gonna put him right on top of Sora, are you? Mm-hmm.
Almost, yeah. That's. Is that far? Let me just double check that measure.
Like Sora's ever got a problem with being on top of him
Oh, no,
once.
you can go a little further.
Nope,
can go
no
to here.
problem.
Merp goes there.
You two are on a roll tonight.
Okay.
What are you talking
I'll
about?
move.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, what could you possibly mean?
I'm kind of up above at the moment.
Okay.
It's difficult to
Plan.
put 3D on it.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, so you are hovering above a ways. Okay, cool.
And I'll give body inspiration to Sora.
Okay,
Yes.
Sora. You now have the Inspire. Woohoo!
I have all the things on my face now.
Yes. Esk. The thing
Okay.
holding you, the thing
Well-
wrapped around you is now frozen in place.
Now frozen in place. Okay, so here's my question. Okay, so Aether Step says I can move through creatures and objects.
Sure.
So because this thing is held, if I just Aether Step, go to the ground, like just walk out of this thing, that just gets me right out of the grapple, right? Because I'm stepping in between.
Well, can you
As
be
in
underground?
sense. No. Like I can just like step out of him,
Sure,
basically.
yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
at the start of my turn, I just do it. So I just use the ability. So for the next 4 rounds, I can step through people. So
That's totally
I
normal.
just do it. So I just literally turn to like.
It's not an
those-
action or a bonus action or anything else?
It's just at the start of my turn, you can step between planes as long as you are not incapacitated. You can move through objects and creatures as if they were difficult terrain, except for I have Ring of Free Movement, so I don't actually have difficult terrain. And I can see into the throw. There's nothing in this about an action. There's nothing in this about any of that.
Usually abilities are
Just-
actions.
Isn't being
Yeah.
grappled incapacitated?
There's
He's not-
nothing.
Yeah,
No.
but like every ability that you should have should be
Not-
be an action.
No, this one is not. This is just at the start of my turn. I can just choose to do it.
Interesting.
What's it called? Aether Step.
Aether Walk. It's a
Aether
it's a
Walk.
class ability.
It's class ability. Yeah.
Interesting.
That is my.
Um,
I'm learning about this class. Everyone, we're learning about it at the same
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, no, it
okay.
doesn't say the activator has ability. It's just yes,
I just do
Yep.
it. Okay.
and you can only do it once until you use a feature once. Yes.
I can use a feature per short rest. The feature lasts 4 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
So because my intelligence modifier is a +4. So
Yeah.
4 rounds
So-
for me.
Yep. So
Um,
four
How long,
rounds
has,
you can move through objects. Yes.
Right. Okay.
how long has it been since the fight on the ship?
I mean,
a day we slept.
you've had time.
A short rest, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, for a good part of that you were traveling, so short rest at least. Yes.
Then the other thing. Sorry, you're all learning this thing. Okay. So
Yep.
the other thing is I can, just because I've hit the thing, I'd like to brand it with Brand of the Castigation, which also auto applies Brand of Sundering and
That you
Brand
have to
of-
hit it first. You did not activate that on your last round when you hit it.
Oh, I haven't
have
hit
to-
this one. I thought I hit the other. Okay.
Well, no, you
Oh,
hit
wait.
him, but that wasn't, you had to do it as part of the attack. You
Okay, so-
already did the attack. It's a
Okay,
new
okay.
round.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me hit him real quick. So,
Yeah, you have to hit him first.
golly. All right.
Yeah.
17. Just
That will
hits.
hit.
Yeah, just hits. Okay. Except for this.
You have
is
it. You have
auto-crit,
it. You have advantage. Yes.
And I do have advantage. So yeah, let me just roll it.
Doesn't
I got
matter.
20.
You crit anyway. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
hit anyway. Yep.
So roll this again for crit damage. Oops. Okay, I'll just do another flat roll. I'm sorry. I will crit the rest of these. Okay. Oh, but they didn't do the d6s. Why didn't they do the d6s? Sorry.
When you click on the damage, you can right click on the damage and do crit. Choose crit instead.
Oh, okay. Let me do that.
I'd have taken the first damage. That was 56 points of damage.
That's an attack roll, isn't it? What's going on here?
I'm confused. 1 second. I'm trying to
When
figure
you-
out. This is getting weird to me. I should be able to roll
On the damage.
roll on the damage. So I just rolled crit, but I didn't roll crit. No.
Okay. So
Okay. Okay.
that rolled the weapons crit damage. So now
That's
roll
really
your.
complicated.
Yeah.
Now,
Why
now
do you
the
gotta be so
DC
complicated, man?
I know,
Okay.
I'm so cool. I'm
So-
sorry. I should have
so-
rolled with barbarian. Okay, so okay,
Way too many modifiers.
I have, and I am not even done with them.
I know. I
I
know.
Okay, so boom. We're just gonna call that. All right, 28.
15.
We're just gonna call it. Yes, 15 plus 28. First attack.
Sure.
How much
Okay.
more you want it? But
So,
there's more progress you want it.
okay, first attack. Now he's branded. So branded castigation. Oh, I'm sorry. Also an additional D8, which is 2D8. I'm sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. 1, 2,
Cool.
4. Now
Right.
he's branded. Branded tethering means I add an additional D8 damage. Now I'm rolling 3D8 because of brand of sundering. Oh my god, this class is a little bit crazy at this
You
level.
cannot play multiple brands to one person with one attack. I'm sorry, that's not how that's gonna work.
Well,
I don't care how this class works. I'm not gonna let you like brand all in one hit.
right, that's what it. So brand of sundering adds an additional D8 to the crimson dice.
But you already did a brand to do this. You can do castigation and sundering and tethering.
Branded castigation and sundering are the same thing. It's an add-on to the ability.
Okay.
Okay.
So roll the extra damage. It's fine.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Flashes of light are happening here, and
Flashes
we'll see.
of all of the things.
Yes.
Sorry. I'm so sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Crit damage. Roll crit damage.
Okay.
Oh, that's not. It's not adding the flaming damage. I'm sorry, guys.
Okay.
We're just gonna keep.
It's okay.
I blame Matt Mercer for this.
I do too.
Yeah. There's way too many extra things added on to stuff here, so
This is nuts. Okay. Then
I blame Alney for picking it instead of being a barbarian like he said he was going to be.
I know. And then Jim was all like, "This is a great idea. It's
I mean-
super cool. It's super cool."
Yeah.
Okay. An additional 10. So 16 plus 10 plus an additional 46.
okay. We're gonna have to talk about this in the future. There's way too many dice being rolled for a single attack. We're not gonna slow this down that much. So yeah.
I agree. I agree with
28
you.
was like a D20 plus
I
10.
agree. Okay. Plus an
That was a
additional
second-
11.
That was the second hit.
That's everything. Okay, so that's everything. So an additional 18 plus 10 is 28.
Yes.
Plus an additional 11.
Yes.
That is all of my turn.
I got it. So flashes of light here. Two blades cutting into this thing there.
All of this thing going crazy.
It is
Okay.
still held. So
Yeah.
all these are crits as well. And where did you move to? You moved out.
Okay,
You moved out of
I
it.
moved out of it, but I just went to like right here.
Okay, cool.
No, I
Right.
went to right here.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. So its turn. It will go ahead and try to break out as its action. And that has a wisdom saving throw, and it does not. So it is still held. This one here. Well, let's see. This one is still frightened, so it cannot move toward Grim. But luckily, this thing that's got right here is going to try to chomp on you. It's going to constrict. 17 does not hit.
Does not hit.
Bite. 21. Is that 22 all the time now?
22, as long as I'm hasted, is 22. Yep. Or wait, let me check that one more time. Let me check. No, I'm sorry. 21. 21 does hit. 21 hits.
Okay.
21 hits.
So 20 piercing as it bites you. Chomp.
Ow.
Okay. This one here, however, it's going to need to do something. Let's see. It's going to slither up this way. Climbing up. So you're climbing up with the thing there. So Sora, and it will climb up and try to bite at you. Try to constrict you first. Try to wrap you up. 21?
No,
Does
24.
not hit. Yep. And now I'll try to bite. 28, 32 piercing damage as it chomps on you. It can't wrap around you partially because you're flying and it can't quite reach that high up there. But then leers back there and chomps down on you and bites into you.
Well, that hurt.
Sorry, Jack.
No worries.
What is that?
It's a
Go ahead
spell.
and hit it. Click
Never
on
you
delete.
mind.
Oh, that's
Click on hit delete. Or are you going to?
Oh, I'm trying to turn it. I'm just prepping for my turn. That's all.
Okay. Well, it is your turn, so go for it. What are you doing?
Yeah. I want to try and get at least 2 of these in the cone without actually getting any of my friends in it.
Not possible. They are
No?
all mixed up. They're being bitten, wrapped up all over the place there. So there's no way to get them without getting that. Yeah. This one just bit Sora. This one just bit Ask.
I thought I'd be able
This
to
one's
get
held
like
back here.
this one and this one in like the edge of a cone.
I mean,
never mind. All right, never mind.
You could maybe move and get like these 2 here if you just angle the cone just right to miss Esk.
That's what I was trying to do. Yeah.
I mean,
I was going to move a bit and then try to do it that way.
It would need to be, yeah. So, yeah, if you want the cone, where is the cone? Let me see it.
There's a 60-foot cone.
Okay, so let me move it. Let me just see. Where's the handle to turn it? I can't see.
I know, right? It's really difficult to see.
It's on the top. I see it. Okay.
It's just under the 3. There you go.
So effectively, yes, you're going to do that if you are here, which you easily do. Yes, you will. You hit them both that way. Okay. So what's the cone?
Like, before he ran over there, I wanted to get all 3 of them with this, but
Yeah, it wouldn't be possible now.
Crap happened and stuff.
It's also a 3D cone, so even though he's down a bit on the ledge there, it would hit the whole area.
Yeah.
So he would be in the middle of it.
Even if I do it from above.
Definitely not.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So you can get 2 of them. So what's the cone? What are you doing here?
Don't hurt me. Oh, what just happened? I don't know what just happened. That was insane.
Nothing happened.
On my screen just rolled 1,000,000 dice.
Yeah. It just rolled.
There's no
You
need
rolled
for that
181.
roll. I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah.
I literally clicked to roll the spell. That's not how the spell works.
What spell is this?
Let me show you.
Well, ignores the lightning damage.
Of course, it doesn't do all of that. It does one of them.
Okay, so
and I'm hoping to not roll for lightning.
So roll a d8. So roll 1d8 to see which it is.
I've got to roll 2d8. I've got to roll a d8 for both of them, 1 for each of them.
Oh right. So each one. So roll the first one.
That's a
4 is 1, 2, 3, 4. Green is poison damage. Okay.
Yeah.
And then what's the second one? 2 is acid. Okay.
Acid.
It's not immune to either of those. So now roll 10d6 for each one. Just hit the 10d6 button.
Now the one that's held, does it get double damage? Is it critted?
No.
That's not how magic works.
You don't get crit on. You don't get crit on spell effects. Okay. That would be.
You on Sora effects though.
So 38 is going to be okay. Oops. Nope.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I've clicked it again. Sorry. You might want to delete that. I'm so sorry, Jim. My whole screen filled with dice. That was just ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah. Stop.
You're ridiculous.
I'm sorry.
No problem. It's the 30 damage on the second one anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay. So 30 acid damage to this one. Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't. Yeah. You just need to roll. Essentially, I get saves against this, though, don't I? Dex saves. Yeah. Let me see. You get dex saves.
19 dex save.
Okay. No. And
half damage.
No. Okay. Good.
The one that's held, the one that's held doesn't get a dex, does it? Doesn't get a save.
You're right. It fails to save automatically. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So they took their damage. So crazy prismatic spray of colors flung the name of this there. Catching this one and this one here and some effects. This one greenish the greenish ray caused over there kind of it coughs and gasps. This one's skin bubbles and smokes as acid pours over it. Um, and Esk, you see this all go over your head going, "Oh God." and just missing you by a little bit.
Yeah,
kind of
by like half a centimeter.
Yeah, he's kind of
That's
like
Pete.
float past you.
That's pees his pants a little bit.
Laura, you're up.
He did
Mhm.
ask for help.
You is looking at you.
So, bonus action, I'm gonna get real big.
Okay. So Sora's gonna grow to still
Yep.
smaller than it, but
Not much.
still big.
Maybe it'll be scared a little bit.
You're large, it's huge. So
Yep.
a size class larger than you.
So, ask it. Okay, so Sunburst. We'll roll
Okay.
to attack twice with bless.
Well, roll that bless. Ooh, just barely. It's exactly.
If we'd gone with the
Okay.
original damage, that would have been 41 and 45 damage, because that was 41 acid
Okay.
and 45 poison, but
Yeah, I
no,
agree.
never mind. Don't matter. We've done it now.
All right. That last D8 was for Zephyr Strike.
Okay.
So
That's force
19
damage.
plus
Okay.
4. Yep.
23.
And then the second swing for Sunburst with bless again because
Yep, you hit. Don't worry about it. The less.
Oh, I already rolled it by that point. Sorry.
Okay, no worries.
Do I get force on the second swing?
No, it's the first attack you make with it afterwards. So
Cool.
10 more.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Bash, bash. Yep. So you smack it in the face twice there, and you kind of crack one of its teeth and just kind of hit just below its eye, and it kind of flinches at the strike against its eye as the fire flares up around it.
Mm-hmm. That's everything.
Okay.
So it's actually
Grim.
action.
This is the one you were steady aiming at before, so you can go ahead and take your steady aim and shoot it.
I'm going.
It's also in melee, so
Yep.
but you have advantage. You have advantage on the attack since you steady aimed against it. Which is an interesting way to go with steady aim now. Is basically you can just attack, then steady aim, attack, then steady aim. So your next attack is going to be an advantage every time.
They tried to do
definitely hits.
something to give them abilities to have advantage because a lot of people aren't playing the up close fighters anymore.
It gives range rogues the possibility to do it.
Mhm.
There's lots of ways to get advantage in the game, so that's why I remove flanking. Because oh god, oh man,
Dear Lord!
so you just as it's rearing back, you just kind of think as a tooth cracks there, you just shoot straight into its mouth and Sora, you see the inside of its mouth light up from the force arrow that smacks into it there, it literally flares up and disappears as the arrow goes all the way into its mouth. It coughs and gasps at it there, not quite dead, but looking very, very upset.
Okay, now you said now I could steady aim and fire.
No, you can steady aim again to fire next turn with advantage again.
Okay.
You get one shot. Yep. Or you could move. Then you wouldn't be able to steady aim at that point because you can't move with steady aim the same turn.
I can't throw something, can I?
No, you cannot. Now you could.
Well, go ahead.
You could in the future, if you had weapons in both hands, like your two daggers in each hand, you could throw both daggers with an offhand attack.
Okay.
So there is that capability as well.
Yeah. All right. So I am going to. I will take my movement.
Okay.
I'm gonna move
Yep, you
right
get there.
there.
Sure. Yep. Just literally underneath Sora. Or actually past Sora, because you kind of duck. Sora's still hovering in the air. You kind of like slide in underneath Sora's feet.
Yeah, that way.
And
Yeah.
okay, you are there.
And that's
All
it.
right. Lucas.
There's a question. Can I add Bless to Steel Wind Strike?
I mean, it's a spell attack roll. Yes, it's an attack roll.
See if I can do that then.
Yeah.
I like that spell.
Yeah, it's a great spell. That's Dolus' favorite.
Mm.
Oh, no. Natural
Oh,
one.
no, dude.
No.
The
I
bless
will-
doesn't matter.
I will use Inspiration.
There you go. Perfect time for that. Roll it again.
Actually, I don't need to do it. I can use the coin.
Yes, you can also use the coin. Yep.
Yeah, use the coin.
Reroll that.
I need to reroll the whole spell. I'll just reroll the spell attack.
That's fine.
Reroll
Yep.
the whole spell, yeah.
Yep. Okay, that definitely hits. Okay.
I need to roll
So,
2 more through the
yep.
2.
Is it actually say a spell melee attack?
It does, yeah.
Okay. In that case, this one's an advantage. So you definitely hit, though. All 3 of them. So yeah, you hit all 3. Okay. So 38 damage to each.
38, yeah. Most damage.
So this one, you start... So which one are you ending up at?
I'll end up back where I am.
Okay.
Pretty happy there.
So you stab, appear, stab, and then flash back to here where you started. This one, like as you stab into it, you just stab with your blade deep into it. The whole body like flinches, and lightning kind of plays up the sword there around your hand, and it will be dead as it collapses underneath, essentially next to you. This one shudders and effectively is not looking good, as it can't really move because it's still paralyzed. And then this one takes the damage as well, not looking happy. Solid. Takes one down, and both Esk and Grim have lost their bet, as the first person to kill one is Lucas.
Yeah.
No. He said he bet me 5 gold that he was going to get first kill.
Yeah,
Okay, then you did not. So yeah, too late. Okay. Anything bonus action there, Lucas?
Interesting question. The one that's held, is it a crit?
I guess technically that seems really, really obscene, though.
Are we holding? Is it being held if we hit it?
Well, no, it's currently paralyzed because the whole monster is still on it. It hasn't broken out there. I'm gonna say not this time. I'm gonna say not this time here, but we'll look into that and yeah, because
yeah, that's fine.
It's fine.
Curious.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So then, Esk. Sorry. Oh yeah, go ahead.
As you say, who hasn't got Bardic Inspiration? I can't remember.
Grimbar is not.
Yeah.
I'll give it to Grimbar.
A little too far away, Amethyst.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of where she's
Depends
supposed
how
to be.
loud
anyways.
his voice is.
No, it's got a range, 60 foot.
I know.
Oh yeah, she should be in range.
Bardic
Yeah.
Inspiration is
Roll as a no. It's you had to add a D8 or D10 now. D10 to spell attack or to attack roll or saving throw.
I'm only just out of range.
Aw. Yep.
65.
Okay, Esk, you are up.
First attack actually misses. So
It sure does.
uh,
You are blessed, however. No, you're not. Never mind.
no, I'm not.
Second
I'm
one
not
definitely hits. Which one are you attacking?
Uh,
The unheld one?
no, this one. The
Oh,
held one.
he's still held then. So
Yeah, he's still held.
with advantage it hits.
Okay, yeah, so with advantage it hits. So crit. I'm going to click the crit roll button.
Okay. So it rolled.
It did not add the. Why does it not add the?
It bonus damage does not work that way in roll 20 in D&D Beyond. I don't know why. I will say this though, as you flash it out there, you can't not kill this thing. So
Okay.
you flash your way through it there, and as you do your extra stuff there, and it shudders and falls.
Okay. And then I will turn around and then now attacking that guy. Okay, that's my turn.
Okay. Last one there. Oh boy, who does it hit?
Is this one looking rough?
Oh yeah, it's been beat up. It got it's taken a couple of pretty good hits.
And it's still feared, right?
It is, so it cannot move. Although let me see if it
can still
move
attack,
away
though.
from Grandpa.
Doesn't have to move towards me or move away, but it can't move. It cannot move towards me. But I'm gonna get up right next to it anyways.
Yeah, it does not get to repeat the save, so it is just feared for a minute as long as there. So either way, it's going to attack Grimbar. It's going to try to. So we'll be with disadvantage. Let me make sure I mark that. So if it'll lower these two rolls as it tries to
action to dodge.
Huh?
Can I use my bonus action to dodge?
It's not your turn. You cannot use your bonus action on it. It's not your turn.
Okay.
All right. So it's going to go ahead and try to attack, and it will try to constrict you first. I try to wrap you up.
You do see incoming damage, so you can use the uncanny dodge ability.
Yes, uncanny dodge to half the damage. Yes, you can use your reaction to do take half damage on this.
That's the one I was wanting to do.
That's the one you do. However, it does the 21, I believe, still hit you.
Yes.
So it'll be 34 damage down to 7.
I don't have my daggers out, so I am only 17 armor class.
There'll be 17 damage that's already been halved because it's at 17 and 17, bludgeoning and slashing. And you are currently grappled as it wraps you up. Lightning play on its length there, and it will go ahead and then try to bite. Again with disadvantage. Good thing 13 does not hit. You manage to kind of slip down through its coils so the teeth snap where your head was, as it's trying to bite the thing it feared and having a hard time. But you manage to get out from underneath it. The teeth snap where your head just was as it tries to bite and swallow you. But you are still grappled, however.
What
means you're also restrained by this thing. So that means you're at disadvantage. As you are currently now. Grappled. Rawr. Okay. Yep. Okay, that is them. Amethyst. This massive thing has wrapped itself around Grimbar now.
Yeah, I'm going to cast Synaptic Static on it. Well,
that's a spear. It's going to hit everybody there.
Like, it isn't, because I'll do it like here somewhere so it doesn't get them, because it's a point.
Let's just see.
24 sphere. From a point within range.
Don't mind the fire here. I'm just going to...
Yeah.
Yep, you can do it there. Okay. So, Yep, you can do it. So, okay, it's going to go ahead and make it save or try to. Intelligence save. Uh-oh. Okay. So it is now muddled.
Yeah. 25 psychic damage also.
Mm-hmm. Merp. Feared and muddled. Yay. It's just like lightning all shooting around there, trying to um
Although, if its intelligence is 2 or lower, I don't think it takes any.
it's not.
Okay.
Okay. Sora. This thing's got Grimbar wrapped up there. It's been blasted and eyes and things there. It's looking afraid and beat up and poisoned and
all the other stuffs
yes.
to it, right?
It is,
so
it is a poor unfortunate thing.
One unfortunate thing. I'm also going to get really mad at it. And
Poor unfortunate soul.
I wanted to move. James, can I move on my turn as well?
Yes, you can. Yeah. Yeah, no problem.
So I'm going to swing at this on my first hit, Jim, but then I'm going to activate a rune. A fire rune.
Do you have reach now?
I'm moving. I am moving.
Okay, cool. Okay. Sure. 19 will definitely hit.
With all that damage, plus the fire rune. Fire rune. He will do a DC 17 strength saving throw.
That's one thing. It's wow. Roll a 1. Cool. And what does that do?
2d6 fire damage.
Oh, nice. Roll that 2d6. Nice.
And that will happen for every turn that he stays inside the shackles.
Okay. How does he get out of them?
He gets another strength save at the end of his turn.
So his fiery shackles wrap up around its body there. That
being said, my next hit.
that go ahead and make your next hit here. I'm gonna have to take a rolling here. Just that, Grim, you get singed a bit. Don't worry about the damage. Doesn't matter. But you are held by this thing that's now wrapped up in fiery chains. I'm like, oh God, oh Lord. Okay.
Fun.
You hit. You crit. What is it? Yeah, your minimum damage can't. Yeah. Well, as I say that.
Well, that only rolled 2 the D8 plus a D6 or plus 6 for whatever reason.
Yes. Now roll another D8.
Yep. Oh, that's not going to help. Still.
For the love of all of this holy, go ahead and smite.
I will smite. Spell slot, that's 2d8.
So roll 4d8. Because you crit.
I was thinking about all the things that I could do, but didn't want to ruin anybody else's thunder.
It's not a problem there, because
you're not going to ruin the thunder, because I'm going to have fun with it when we're done.
Well, unfortunately, you're not going to, because giant Thora thuds the flaming hammer down into it. The first thing chains wrap around it, flaring up with fire. Grim, you kind of flinch at the flames a little bit there as it's holding onto you, and then the second strike comes down and just crushes its head. The whole body goes limp around you as you're kind of end up in the middle of this coil as it just drops to the ground, and the fiery chains fade away on it.
Okay, cool.
Hit me and bite me.
And very quickly, the flames from the strike here and the fireball earlier, the rain coming down gets a little stronger, and the steam rises up from the flaming ground and the flaming corpse that's here, and everyone else, as you're able to kind of distract yourself from within in the middle of these things. And
I roll my head up and look at Sora and go, "Ow!"
your beard's a little singed, but not bad enough to
you'll be fine. Next time, don't stand so close.
Charmed.
Yep.
You weren't here the last time.
Don't stand so close to me. Don't stand.
And with
Don't.
that, the bay here, a cheer goes up from the walls, back from the thing there as everyone celebrates that the nasty creatures here were prevented from advancing on the town.
Are
You're
we
able
able
to
to
go
get
ahead.
eyeballs and stuff?
They don't have any real survival skills to do that. It's simply a party heavily on survival skills.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I do not.
I would say the townsfolk will definitely come out and harvest a bunch of stuff.
Cool.
And they will essentially take what they'll probably do actually is they will come out there with carts and ropes and all that and start dragging these things back toward the walls. Bring them into the courtyard to start butchering and skinning and harvesting all the bits they can from it. Um, Definitely a celebration. Although it's still the middle of the night the whole place is on alert and everyone's awake. And so as the sun starts to rise, they are still hard at work. There is lots of celebration. You are all thanked for your efforts. Um, Healed and cleaned up and whatever you need to have done, essentially, as everyone is there to celebrate and thank you for your efforts. Um,
That's just another day in the office.
That's,
Do we
uh,
get a
that's
long rest?
you will go ahead and be able to finish getting your long rest and getting that all everything back. Though you've had an eventful day and a bit of damage here and there, expending some resources, you can finish up your long rest. As you awake from your long rest, you will see the three carcasses are mostly at this point skinned and harvested. They are cleaning up the bit of the mess, um, carving out bones and dragging the bones off to essentially a small warehouse kind of thing where they can use them for materials and such as well. Um,
Is the
uh,
meat good eats? Is this like something we can eat?
it is quite good, in fact. And you'll see uh, uh, Atlian will, yes, in fact, we will definitely have ourselves a feast here, a midday feast, if you wish. We've already got the meat cooking, and some of it, much of it being taken out to the curing areas to be cured for later as well. But I appreciate your efforts. This is quite impressive, all of you. Um, I we always, I mean, we've lost a couple of people to single attacks from them in the past. And so the fact that you were able to take out all three of them is most impressive indeed. It is very, very amazing.
Well, it's a group effort. Did you guys ever figure out what caused them to come here in the first place?
They wander out. They live in the mountains, further to the north, and occasionally wander down for food. Um, and hunting and such, and occasionally they come this direction. Hopefully, oftentimes one of the storm giants stops them from getting too close if they're up in the mountains, but these must have bypassed any of the giants that live up there.
Mhm.
So these three must have gotten past them, and it is not usual, but it has happened occasionally from time to time.
Okay,
or maybe
okay.
maybe we are the ones that distracted. Um,
Shorg.
Shorg, yeah, distracted
Hmm.
Shorg with us, and it
There
allowed
are
us to get through.
Shorg, I believe Shorg lives more into the east. There are other giants that live up in the mountains, per se. We very rarely see them at all. But they spend time up there, and occasionally hunt them themselves. So we will probably use some of the meat and bone and maybe some of the hide to trade with them at some point. So, um, but I say. While we do not have
items crafted from them. We can give you some prepared hide and bone and such if you wish to take some of that yourselves.
No,
Either to
I think you guys should have it. You know, it's your village and whatnot, and you fed us for free and homed us for free. So I don't want anything. I mean, I can't speak for the whole party, but I don't want anything.
well, I
Party.
appreciate that.
Yes, you can keep it for your own.
Well, I appreciate that very much. Maybe we will use it for trade in the future if trade deals can be struck with your um, envoy from Stannor. I am going to send Keswick and some others out that way to go meet with them and see what can be arranged. I do. I am hopeful that something can be done, though I don't know if they would. I don't know if bringing them here is wise based on their ideals or issues, but we can take items to them to trade in Ravosh.
Awesome. That's good.
And as they're talking, I'm gonna walk up and listen to them, and then I'm gonna put my hand out in front of Ask and just stand there with my hand out.
Ask will grunt and reach into his bag of gold and pull out 5 gold and hand him 5 gold with my head hanging down.
Thank
Yep.
you.
And another
Thank you.
that's lost. Yes, I will beat
You
you
didn't
next
even
time.
kill one, did you?
I did, in fact, kill one. Did you not see me kill the big one?
I didn't see that.
I killed the biggest of the 3.
The big one. You boys need a ruler.
So with that,
use the shoe size. They'll be fine.
With that, Sutara will actually indicate. I found a tree. If you want to go back, I can join us that way. Or Lucas, if you want to use your magic, either way.
Yeah, either way, I think. Whatever.
Let's go by tree.
All right.
By tree.
And so
By
So
tree.
she points to the south. South there's actually a fairly sizable. I mean, there's trees sparsely around the area, but there's one fairly large size tree south of Hillhold. As you guys make your goodbyes, she leads you down to this very twisted looking windswept tree. Have you ever seen those trees on the cliff sides? They had that weird like twisty shape to them, and it's obviously leaning very far to what you catch is the primary direction of the wind. She gestures there, and you'll watch as this sort of line of greenish, actually for her, this line of almost starlight travels up the trunk of the tree, kind of like forming a little jagged line, and then it opens suddenly, and you see a field of stars within. She says, go through. She gestures for you guys to go through.
I'll
Take a
go
deep
through.
breath, and I go in.
Okay. You will essentially, as you find yourselves back in just on the outskirts, on the outside of town, there was a really large set of trees there. Back in Stannor, as you step out on just and you can see the gates from this tree is the line of light, the star field, the light that's in this similarly shaped jagged line, and there as she is the last person to step out there, the line seals back up and the tree just closes back, and you find yourselves within 100 yards or so of the gates of Stannor.
That's really cool. We just teleported by tree.
It's a useful trick. I don't really have trees where we're from, but we use similar type magics to travel from place to place here. I wasn't able to do it very much in Old Karoon because, well, no trees there, not really. But I'm glad it was able to work.
Mm-hmm.
There's cactus
And
in the desert, isn't there?
not out in the desert of the Ember Dunes. There's nothing living out there.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yep. So you head back in. People sort of give you odd looks as you walk back in and not seeing anything. However, within a few moments of you re-entering the gates and heading back into the city itself, you will see the captain and Emir, the first mate, will stride up to you.
Oh, you're back. Good to see you. I was appreciate you. I wasn't sure of how you'd be. He looks by the gates there. Did you come from the ship? How does that?
Yeah, we were on the
We
ship.
came
the whole
from
time.
the island. We actually were very successful and made it to the island.
Well, very good. Good to know. We were just securing some supplies and such, and we've been taking shifts going in and out of the city, and Una has been gathering a lot of very interesting spices and such for her cabinets. Been very much interested in the recipes and such here. So, and Amir like.
Tell them about the spices that we got on the island.
Amir will poke. I'm sure she'll be very happy to hear that. She's been very enthusiastic to see new things to cook, and been gathering materials and gathering a number of things to prepare on the ship in the future. So look forward to having. We've been having a lot of interesting meals since we've been here. So many different spices and types of foods. So Captain kind of look. Yeah.
Yeah, Sora zoned out a while ago. She's so used to listening to Eldon do that. She stopped a while
it's
ago.
not quite that bad, but yeah.
Yeah.
But you
well, it's good to have you back. We are ready to take off whenever you are. But I assume you have more to deal with in the city, so let us know when you're ready to leave again. And this serenity is at your disposal, of course. We will see you back aboard.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so are we gonna go to the Queenie person and tell her that we're done, that we did what we needed to do?
Yep. Sure. As you approach the palace again, you will see the guards there will kind of give you an odd look of like, oh right, you guys. Kind of
just a moment. I will let her know that you're here, that you've returned.
As the guard rushes back in there, the second one there kind of looks you up and down, and the other one is you can see female looking at you, Sora, kind of like sizing you up and looking at you and kind of narrowing her eyes. And
I don't think I've seen anyone with your markings and ridges and such. It is a very unique look that you have.
Wait, what markings? What ridges?
Well,
spin around.
I mean, you have scales. You
Yeah.
have like the brow ridges and stuff like that, and the face. And while you have the right coloration, you still have the same general shape that you normally have and the same features you normally would have. You pretty much only change color. So, where theirs are very much sort of rounded, yours a little bit more. Some of your ridges have become more points there. So you have a little bit more jagged appearance to you than most of them. And so yeah, a bit, yeah.
The chisel
yes, like more pronounced cheekbones, a more narrow chin, the ridges being a little more pointed going back there. And so
it is very striking. I
kind of and the interesting look
From
there
my
sort of like
father's side.
It is always interesting to have a mixed heritage that can give a bit of exotic look to.
Thanks.
And
You lost a bad look in yourself, you know.
yeah, there's definitely those of you higher insight there are definitely picking up that there's interest here that's beyond just a normal like
Yeah.
because there's no straying of hands toward weapons. There's no sense of like I need to fight someone here. It's very much um
Inquisical.
She doesn't look like she's pure brass dragon, bronze dragon, sort of. Yeah.
It's my father's side, y'all. It's my father's side.
So as it sort of it gets almost that uncomfortable stage of like is she gonna try to start flirting or ask you out or something like that? The other guard will appear there with a person in more like robes there, more of a functionary type of person there.
Her Majesty will see you now. Please, come to meet. She is very interested to hear your report.
And you can see he is looking very much like excited as well, as he's trying to be that stoic sort of like I am the head steward kind of thing like that. But there's obviously a tension and interest in him that's kind of up in the balls of his feet and sort of please this way then, and he leads you back into the palace again to that large odd courtyard in the center dome there with the lights coming in, natural lights, all the plants and benches and seats, and Queen Gordiana is awaiting, not sitting there waiting for you. She's actually standing up over a table.
Jim,
Yes.
as we were walking by, I would have winked at her.
Oh yeah, she definitely gives you a very broad smile in return.
And then I'll go in.
Okay. Within the chamber itself, as I said, she's standing over a table and
You are here. Very good. I appreciate having you come in to see us again. You are back far sooner than I expected. I hope things went well, did they?
Yeah, it went really well. We left a group of people at the island, and they were in the talks of negotiations while we were there.
Oh, of course. I understand. It's good to know that the negotiations are going well. They made it safely. Very good. What sort of troubles did you encounter? I know that the last expedition was lost, but
Hey, kraken.
Not totally lost.
No, they were totally lost.
I'm just gonna kick him in the leg.
Yeah, there was a kraken that we had to fight. We also learned that what we were fighting was just the baby form, so we're assuming that there's a big kraken and lots of little baby krakens running around out there. So
We were also
be
attacked
careful.
by 3 ginormous behears while we were there.
Yes,
oh
that's
my.
it.
That sounds like a very dangerous place. Good to know. Good to know. Well,
Hey, nobody had to worry about it. I was there.
he like kind of like looks at you.
Of course. I appreciate your efforts to ensure that our envoys appreciate it safely. And the residents of the island?
Giant.
Giants.
We have
You felt so convincing.
we heard tales that perhaps the giants might live on the island itself. To have confirmed is amazing, very much so.
I'm toying with my finger, looking at Amethyst, just twist in a ring and just look at it. Thinking, I'm glad my mind can't be read.
She will. I appreciate your efforts there. I do.
I will say, I was able to receive a message from the captain that he arrived safely, but the details, of course, we can't get the full details until he's actually able to give a full report and return, and with any sort of goods and information. And then eventually, if the route is safe, then knowing what's there, we will eventually be able to send emissaries and trade back and forth. I appreciate your efforts. They're very much appreciated. But of course, I will bestow my favor that you are able to travel uninhibited throughout Drakal. Though as you are aware, it's only the second favor. I can potentially send my recommendations on to one of the other queens if you wish. Although I cannot say that Aurea and I have a very good. Aurea doesn't get along with anyone really. She's
No, we're gonna save her till last, and then we'll go visit the other one.
We're gonna go see the copper one, right? The one,
Brass, I think.
Brass.
I thought it was brass.
yeah, she's the other one. That's where I was at. So yeah.
So obviously you helped them out in the past, didn't you? So.
Dessadir of the Brass, I've had some dealings with. We do send a trade through here as well. I do broker some agreements with some outside agencies for her sometimes, shipping things out from our ports here for her. When possible. Though I do know she has some deals of her own with the dwarves, and she kind of meets with you and Tisha of Gulriak. She is a little more reclusive and close in her dealings, though she is, from what I understand, I have not met her in person, as she very rarely leaves her domain ever. But I understand she is very good with mining and gathering materials and such. Though I do believe that she's been more reclusive of late. No one has seen her for some time. But we have had messages and exchanged information via couriers and such. But I can definitely send along messages to either of them. Dessadir is a little bit easier for me, but I can absolutely help with that endeavor, giving a recommendation. I do also have something to help you on your way. And she kind of gestures, and a pair of people will come out there bearing a bundle of cloth, essentially. She'll set it. The pair of them will set it on the table, and she will unroll it, and you will see a maroon colored banner of sorts, pendant really, that has an iridescent looking winged drake along its length, kind of stitched into the fabric. This is a pendant, essentially showing that you have the favor. This means that none of the Drake Guard will accost your ship or approach you with any form of hostility, as long as this pendant is flying upon your ship as you travel in the area. So it will make travel a bit more easy for you as well.
That's awesome. We can give that to the ship's captain.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that will be helpful to you. I'm sure it will keep you from having to deal with any sort of unpleasantness as you're flying around our mountains and such of Drakal. There's also, I believe, I will send someone to help. One moment. And she'll the two little like orderlies slash like attendants will go ahead there. She'll say, one moment. Could you bring in Drizzier. She's like, kind of looks in the. Oh, they look at each other and kind of scamper off. And a moment. So, are there any as they enter up there? She looked at you. Is there anything else to any other fascinating things upon the island? Anything you can tell me of the people or um, goods and such? And the giants. What were they like?
Tell
Really
her about
friendly.
Big.
Big, yeah.
explain
Really
the
big.
mammoth.
Oh
I
my
talked to him
goodness.
about the mammoths.
Yeah,
Yes.
and we can tell them about the food and stuff that we experienced there, and the weapons and materials and stuff that we saw.
Kraken and
Mm-hmm.
sharks in the
Mhm.
area.
And even
Amazing.
the things that we got from the Bahir after we killed them.
Amazing. I can't wait to hear more of the potential lucrative type things to trade with the island, and the giants sound very helpful and interesting. Would be wonderful to meet one someday, but I don't know how I would be able to go there and see them in person. But and then coming here would be very difficult, I'm sure. Unless, do they have ships? Do they? How do they get around? What do they do? And just there's asking you about mostly about the giants in the area there. And like, obviously you can kind of keep what information you want.
Swim as fast as the ship.
Yeah, we'll tell them about the other giants. They're a bit more combative and stuff that come down from time to time.
Oh,
But
they have-
the giants that we encountered were very peaceful and very friendly and interested in trading and stuff.
Just thinking though, there's no point not telling them about the dragonkin because their ambassadors are going to tell them
I
anyway.
know. I was hoping it was just going to buy us a bit more time, to be honest.
Well, here's the
Before-
thing. Like,
they've got to
they-
sail back, haven't they?
they don't know where the other
Sending
dragonkin
stones.
are.
Mhm.
They're only speaking with the giants, aren't they?
So far.
So far, yeah.
Well, she
Yeah.
did
Although-
say the
although-
people there.
Yeah.
So
Although
other than the giants, so
true, and I will say that they were there when the giant said there were other dragonkin on the island. So
Right.
the emissaries are at least aware that they're out there, and they're not dumb enough to not be able to put two and two together at some point here, especially when the emissaries do show up.
And they've got sending stones. So
Yeah.
it's possible she even already knows, and she's just
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Well, I will say this. I mean, it's been like essentially if someone's worked the way they normally would there, it's basically they can report in a little bit at a time. She's
we know he hasn't done it already with the sending stone.
well. He remember you. So effectively, you landed on the island yesterday. You're now back
Yes.
here today, so
Yeah.
sending stones do have to recharge. So. He probably reported that, hey, we made it alive. We're here. That's kind of the first message that came up there. And there are giants. We have trade opportunities. That's pretty the extent of the message that she would have gotten initially. So obviously more reports will be coming. So you can either choose to let her know or let the reports come out later on.
Did I get a feeling out of you know how well Sora trusts, but like, did she trust her enough? Because I don't think we told her about me being blue, right?
No, you did not.
But she already knew.
She did not.
She did.
Not this one. Not this one.
Not this one.
So
She
Tiara
did.
did. The Silver did. The Bronze Queen did not.
The Bronze Queen didn't. The Silver Queen did. You know, my
Because the
boyfriend's
Silver
grandmother.
Queen is the grandmother of.
I thought she said something about I know about your situation while she was looking right at you and stuff like that. So I thought she had said something that she had that hinted that she knew what was going on.
Not the Bronze Queen. The Silver Queen.
The Silver Queen did that. Yeah.
Yeah. She definitely. That was definitely her.
Yeah,
The Bronze.
her
I mean,
grandson is dating Sora, basically.
yeah. So as far as you're aware, the Bronze Queen Gordiana does not know.
Yeah. Although I think they suspect that she isn't fully bronze.
I mean, there is enough variations there. So I
I'm
would say this.
just
Yeah.
wondering
So
how much I would trust her because I would rather get out ahead of it and tell her the truth that's out there, especially seeing as how she has given us a favor and gotten the token to get our ship in so that we can do this.
yeah.
I
Well,
don't get the
what if
sense that
what if we tell her and we ask her not to say anything to anybody else at this point? We want to try and,
yes,
help the situation first before we let that out as public knowledge.
that I'm okay with. If we tell her
You
that
don't
there are
We don't have to tell her about the mixed blood. Just tell her there's other dragonkin on the island.
Yeah, she'll probably ask what color they are.
yeah,
Well, we saw brass and we saw bronze.
there's blue.
Okay,
Sure.
but we saw brass and we saw bronze. We don't have to go much farther than that.
Mhm.
I want to get out. I don't want it to feel like we're lying to her, so I would tell her all
Yeah.
the colors that
Okay.
that we saw there.
So
I
would
wouldn't necessarily say that this is, they were bronze with blue tips or brass with blue tips or vice versa or any of the combination of the three. I would just say, there were other dragonkin there of brass, bronze, and blue.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with that. I agree with that 100%.
Okay. So I would say this. So Sora, you're inclined to kind of trust her just because she has that she has been very, very kind and very, very business oriented and progressive in her outlook on things so far, from what you can tell. Amethyst and Lucas with the highest insights in the party. You definitely pick up. I mean, she's seeing opportunity. She is seeing a chance for a. I mean, she's seeing. Again, you can't tell what opportunity she's seeing, but she's definitely seeing. She's definitely eager to hear more for the opportunities for whatever she's looking for. You assume probably wealth or anything else. Oh, we just lost. Lost Ellie. Oh, there he is. Come back.
Bye.
Oh, wow, having a hard time. Okay, well, we'll get Ellie back here in just a moment. So if you kind of keep it there, native dragonkin on the island. That's fascinating. And so hearing a little bit about there, also we can maybe trade with them as well. That's fascinating. I'm sure we'll be able to do even more with what's Grimbar doing there?
No idea.
You're rolling some big numbers there.
Just delete it.
No problem. So she definitely is. Whoa, what's happening? You will be seeing definitely the opportunistic side of her, and very little. And she doesn't seem to flinch at the idea of blue being there. When you say blue, there's no narrowing of her eyes. You're kind of watching for the reaction there. She doesn't seem to have any sort of a reaction to it all. She's like, she's just genuinely interested in the fact that there are dragonkin there on the island, and the fact that they have a chance to trade with them as well.
Obviously mentioned as the survivors from the original ships.
Yeah, Kasich, tell them that Kasich was there.
Oh, excellent. I know Kasich. I mean, I was still a duchess when he was sent out, but the Kasich is still alive. That's wonderful. I can't wait to speak with him and find out more of what he went through on the time he was on the island there. And oh my goodness. And it's definitely the excitement kind of rolls in over her. And as you're speaking of this, the attendants will come back, and with them is an odd-looking person. Walking out with them is a person in scale armor. A mixture of various blue scales and gray scales and black scale, but it's all sort of multicolored scale armor. And atop the head, with a visor flipped back, is a metal helm. Obviously, the dragon style face basically would drop down in place there. But you see someone who looks human, by the look of him for the most part, walking out there. There is A interesting looking bow, some sort of a crossbow over his back, and a strangely curved sword, not similar from the scimitars that Esk wields, but more curved, even more curved, a Kopesh sword. Walking out there, and he's well. Look at all of you fancy people. I'm happy to see all of you. I understand that, well, Our Majesty, he kind of bows to her, has said that I may be able to help while you are here in Drakal and the surrounding regions. My name is Drazir. And sort of gives you a very elaborate looking bow. I can definitely help as a guide to the skies a bit. And he gestures to the pennant there, and the pennant will prevent any of the Drake Wardens from the other Drake riders and such in the area from accosting you or questioning you or being a problem. I can help with the native drakes that may be interested in causing problems. We don't wish to see them harmed. It is a natural territory for them. So I'd be happy to spend time ensuring that no wild drakes, accost your ship while it is here. I humbly offer my services while you're here in the nation.
Okay.
Don't like him.
Nice.
Wow.
What your services? Okay. To like show us around? I think that'd be really cool.
No, I am an expert. I can help prevent drakes from attacking your ship or anything while you're flying in the area. I tame drakes and ride drakes, and I am an expert. Effectively. Give me a history check.
He's a
so
guy.
do I know
He's
this guy?
offering us, you know.
Well, so
In other
I don't
words,
know about other dragonkin, but
You definitely heard of this guy.
Exactly who this guy is.
You know who this guy is, yes. Effectively, he's not a member specifically of the Drake Guard, as in like the guys that fly around and make sure the airspace is kept clear and all that. He's the guy that supplies the drakes for the Drake Guard. He tames them, he cares for them, he ensures that they are kept well, and prevents them from being attacked by anyone. So if a wild drake is sighted, he will then help to make sure that it is not harmed, and potentially, if possible, it can be tamed into service for the Drake Guard to use.
Yes, it is a deep honor to meet you. My name is Esk.
Let's see if he knows. I think I've heard of you. I think you do more of what you do on the ground. I do more in disguise, I believe. Is that a fairly reasonable assessment?
Yes, indeed.
Excellent. Well, I would appreciate being able to, as I know you'll be traveling the area. Hopefully, I can be of assistance. I think that this could be very helpful. As you are very competent and well, dangerous individuals, I'm sure. I would not want to see any of our wild drakes harmed because they tangled with you in a way. I can help make sure that both your ship is unaccosted and the drakes are left unharmed.
And near the only time we ever encountered drakes, we communicated with them and told them that we didn't mean them any harm, and they moved on and we moved on, and we passed away from them peacefully. So
then, that is very encouraging to hear that you are not. I'm thankful that you have not had any unfortunate encounters.
Well, we believe that they were just protecting their nest, so we just
exactly
let them know that we were just wanting to go past, and they were fine with that. So
I appreciate that idea, and I think that we are of a like mind of this. Then, so I will hopefully be able to ensure that all of those efforts you've made in the past are able to be continued in the future while you are here in a place where the drakes are in much larger numbers. So, well, then I I am at your service, at the service of your captain, and I will ensure that all is well on your travels.
We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And with that, with the penance you've been given and the services of the Drake Tamer, essentially, of Drakal, and yes, looking at him, he does look human, as far as you can tell.
Jim, the armor he's wearing,
Mhm.
is it actual scales? Is it
It does look that way, yes.
so?
Yeah.
These
Drake
drakes that
scales.
he claims to love is he's wearing their
Hmm.
Drakes
Ken?
that do pass away, or the drakes do die of natural causes and such,
Or shed their
Um,
skins.
or
We
shed their
haven't gotten
scales.
it. Mhm.
Yeah, but like it's like I love my cat, and when she dies, I'm not gonna make her into a hat. You know what I mean? Like, no, I'm sorry.
I
That's
mean,
difference of opinion.
if I mean, if your cat was of a quality to make into armor that would keep you safe in battle when you're not like,
No.
obviously you're not. You're not going into battle and having to deal with things that are dangerous and tear your faces off.
Right?
But with that, we're going to call things there. As you've secured the favor of the second Queen of Drakal, and have essentially begun potential trade and diplomatic negotiations with Stannor and the denizens of Stormspire Island. And as you are able to go and decide where you're going to head next, as there are potential allies in both Zinkrel and Kuvriak, as you have various potential connections and or information to lead you there. But with that, we are going to be here next week. 2 weeks from now, we will not be playing, just so you're aware. So next week we'll be here, but the following week I will be on a small little vacation. So with that, though, I want to thank you for being here. Thank you for playing as always. You guys are amazing. We miss you, Kara. And Kira, we'll see you. Satara, we'll see you again next week, hopefully. And we'll continue on with our adventures in Drakal. So thanks for being here as always. Next time drinks are on us. We'll see you again real soon, everybody. Bye.
Bye, guys.